disappeared.
It disappeared.
There it is. It disappeared on me! Alright.
I do not remember where we're at.
I don't either! That's what I was gonna say. I don't even remember. I know we had the elevator sequence with Ash and Isabella.
Yeah, you trying to read numbers was fun.
Oh my god, that was awful. I about had an aneurysm. It was bad. But animals, VTubers, we are Chonkawoos. I am the Heathawoo, and what do you call yours, Jade?
Remember what we went with? I think it was JadeYuki, I think is what.
That is cute. I love it. I love it. But yes, you can actually commission somebody to make you these. There's a special VTuber known as RoriVT that makes them on their Ko-Fi, so I also usually have this as a redeem, so you can turn me into this form, but we figured for the collab, since we have matching wins, we would just go ahead and do this for the collab, so.
Skip in the redeem.
Yes. So, if you redeem it, then I will just give you your points. If you redeem any changes, I will just give you your points back because, to keep with the theme, I'm just going to be staying in this form. But anything else is pretty much a go at this point. So we're gonna be continuing with Ash's route. Or Ash is part of the story, I guess. It's not really a separate route, it's a continuation. But, I don't remember exactly what was going on other than the elevator scene, which is ingrained in my memory. But,
Wait, I think... Didn't we go to the park
I think
after that because he was losing his shit?
Yeah. I thought we went to Zach's house. Didn't we go to Zach's house? Was that before the elevator or after? I think it was before, right?
It might have
And then
been
we went
before?
to the, but we can look at the journal, actually. Hi, JadeYuki! Let's see.
Where are we at?
We're not that far, I don't think. Career day, I remember that. There's the party. That's already happened.
Oh yeah, he got taken off.
Yeah, that's where she...
They went to Zach's.
Okay, yeah, it was before. Oh yeah, here it is. They went by the apartment, or they went by the realtor co. Yeah. Brought up the father. He almost tried to confess, and then he was like, "Whoa, hold on a second, not time yet."
Hang on, we're gonna die here or something.
And then the elevator thing. I think that was literally the last thing that happened, was that.
Well, what's it say on the 30th?
That was with the... Yeah, that was the library sequence with Rebecca, where the butler got Zach. And then when she, escaped the library.
So we should be meeting up with...
Yeah. So we're like right after the elevator scene here. Okay, no worries, JadeYuki. You're always busy with studies. Why you gotta be studying all the time, man? You gotta get yourself some fun time. Alright. Gotta prepare my story voice, which is my voice all the time. I just speak it constantly. Yeah. Because I'm never sure. I would assume we're in Ashton's point of view still, like, when you say my, but who knows.
Well, name hasn't changed yet.
Who knows with this game? Darkness blurs the edges of my vision. Black tendrils twist and coil around my limbs. Soft footfalls echo from the far distance, scurrying, scampering, moving in an odd rhythm with the sharp, piercing notes of her laughter. A scream threatens to burst, but my throat closes off. Ever so slowly, a chill seeps into every nerve in my body, washing away every sensation in me, apart from one. There is only fear. I don't need to hear that again, thank you. Once again, her laughter echoes, a sound both bitter and unforgiving. It is the last thing I hear before she reaches for me. The ground trembles. The world slows to a stop. It's Isabella's room. I can tell because of the noodles.
Oh, that ramen.
Yeah. Well, it also said in the top corner, but if I didn't read that before it went away, I would have noticed by the cup noodles. Morning breaks in a blurry mess of vivid shapes and colors. Oddly, there's no feeling of terror or confusion gripping me, despite the vague images that has driven me from sleep. Awareness kicks in shortly, though slow and sluggish, as I blink away the last remnants of unconsciousness from my eyes. The early morning light already streams from the open windows, when the memory sets in and the room finally comes into focus. Isabella's apartment. Pushing myself upright, my eyes wander idly towards her prone form. She's hunched over the coffee table, both her arms under her head while she continues to rest. Then to the chaos of papers and folders we've left scattered over it before sleep has claimed both of us. We bunkered down here last night. After both our nerves have calmed down, mine for the most part, staying together was an unspoken invitation. And anyway, I'm pretty sure neither of us want to remain alone when there's that woman. That thing. Also, I think the music sounds a little low, so I'm gonna turn that up a little.
Just a little bit.
I can turn up more too.
Yeah, well, also look above her bed, like the pictures that they got of each other.
I love the Rebecca is the one that's cute.
Also, who's on the one on the far left? What is that face?
This one?
And like that round corner.
I don't know. I don't know.
If anything, I think that's more terrifying than
yeah, I really like this painting with the sea. Is she still one in the first place? One that we'd normally call a human? I'm pretty sure she's not. I'm pretty sure she's not. Can it still feel guilt? Does it understand pain?
Fuck. I'd rather get charged for breaking and entering than mess with whatever that thing was any day.
Same. Not that thinking about this still matters when all our lives are in her hands. She's dangerous. If we don't do anything about her and this curse, we'd definitely be pushing daisies soon. I can't let that happen. I've dallied on this long enough, left all my friends in my harm's way after the warnings they've all given me. Besides, beneath the terror and the adrenaline that keeps me running, knowing what lies ahead for Isabella makes it hard not to take action. The paper sitting on the edge of the table calls my attention. At this, light against my hand when I reach for it. It has caught my eye the night before, but with the lot we still need to go through, I've simply ignored it. The logo emblazoned at the top of the page, however, provides this paper a whole new meaning. Not for me, but definitely for her.
A scholarship grant, huh?
I've only ever heard her talk about this once or twice, completing her degree, that is. She rarely goes about it in great detail, preferring to keep it to herself. Perhaps it's the fact that she thinks she's already too old to be chasing after it. It has been 5 years after all, but I've caught enough snippets of conversation between her and Zach to know she has never given up on it. Despite how things have panned out with her father, she's one step closer to this part in her life. As silly as this may sound, coming from a friend, I'd like to give her the chance to have this. Whether this means stepping out of my comfort zone and figuring what the deal with this curse is, I'll do so. If only to see the same smile on her from that time again. These days, the only moment she seems to show it is when she's asleep, like right now, no matter how uncomfortable she appears. Smile of my own forms despite this when I glance at her sleeping form again. She hasn't moved since, her shoulders rising and falling in a slow, even rhythm with her breathing. You won't think she has any problems this way.
If only that were true.
We got a lot of problems. Sighing, I place the paper back where I've gotten it, carefully so I won't accidentally wrinkle or damage it in some way, and finally push myself off my makeshift bed. Isabella shifts when I carry her off from the floor and over to her bed, but doesn't wake, simply tucks herself comfortably under the covers as I pull over her. Briefly, though, she mumbles something to herself and draws in another deep breath.
Baka, Ashton's being dumb again.
She drifts back to a deeper state of sleep after, like it hasn't been interrupted by the slightest movement earlier, but the small smile on her lips remain. When I find myself returning in kind.
Who sleeps like a rock now?
It's better this way. Better to leave her to her dreams for the moment, which I hope are better than the ones I've had. She'll have time to worry about all our problems later when she wakes up. For now, this will be another thing I don't want to take away from her. A moment of respite, no matter how fleeting. She deserved it after everything she's been put through, what I've put her through. In the meantime, I still have 2 other people I need to check with. Isabella will definitely get in a tizzy if I don't check on them. Zach and Baka, I guess. Cold Luxborn air meets me upon stepping out of the hallway. Not unusual in itself, this is what Luxborn's weather is supposed to be. A bit cold, damp for the most part, and more often than not, terribly drab with an occasional sprinkling of rain every few hours. The sky's still clear, but I'll give it a day or 2 before the weather takes a turn for the worse. I've complained about the awful rains for years, despite having lived here my entire life. I have to admit, though, seeing it return to the usual feels extremely reassuring. At least something's still normal in the world, when I can no longer think the same for the situation we're in. A nightmare. That's probably all this is. Usually I'll say I've been through worse, but that's simply another lie I've often told myself, isn't it? And I've fed myself a great deal of lies throughout the years, just so I won't have to think about it the next day. Maybe we won't have this problem. If I hadn't been running away and ignoring things, maybe them someplace no one will see, because I've since believed doing so is a show of weakness. Zach's probably right. Perhaps I've always been afraid there's some damn truth to what Isabella's been saying, knowing I've no clue how to deal with it. And now, after it has stared me right in the face, I'm at a loss. Scared shitless, in fact.
The fuck do I know about ghosts, though?
Absolutely nothing. Only what I've learned about on Supernatural.
So that is actually accurate.
Yeah. If it is actually accurate, yeah. What does Zach? What does Rebecca? Z-Man has shown me photographs, mentioned weird things happening around him these past few days. Bottom line, he likely knows about as much of it as I do. Why else would he approach me? The guy who knows stuff, according to him. In the end, all I've done is give him the brush off. Some reliable guy I am. Hell, Rebecca's probably in the same boat, grasping for anything that might provide an answer, a way out of this. What can any of us do when all of us lacks any understanding of what's happening? One thing's clear about this, however. The thing is after us because of the letter. Name drop! Both Rebecca and Zach have seen it too. She will go after them as well. Yet here I am, walking up Becca's door one slow step at a time, a stalling tactic to allow myself some time to put the mess in my head in a better order. But I think she's at the library, isn't she?
She should be.
How to phrase this, when there's a 90% chance she's still pissed about a whole different matter. Because I think she went early in the morning and she was there like the whole day researching.
I think she's getting chased right now.
Yeah, and then she gets chased later. No, I think it's like later in the afternoon / evening whenever she gets chased, but I could be wrong. It's been a while.
We don't know.
Yeah. It's the only reason we didn't check on her last night, aside from the ungodly hour Isabella and I arrived. We'll only alarm her by showing up in her home in the middle of the night, acting like babbling lunatics, and her anger can last quite a while. These days, it seems the only one she can easily forgive is Isabella, but even with her, Becca's fuming still takes hours. I run my hand through my hair and straighten out my jacket before knocking. Once, twice, and 3 times just to be sure she has heard me, even if she is asleep. She's usually awake by now, though.
Hey, Becca, it's Ash. Open up. Don't tell me you're still in bed.
Seconds tick by, no answer from her, and dread has started to creep up. I've been trained to handle dire situations, but the feeling has been doing that quite recently, since last night. My mind begins to anticipate the worst, and in the next minute concern has mixed in with my thoughts, and I bang my fist on the door, louder this time. She'll definitely be livid, but I'd rather face her wrath than a dead body.
Becca, it's Ash. There's something we need to talk about right away. Open up, I know you're...
Your girlfriend left early this morning, pretty boy. So if you could do us a bloody favor and shut up, that'd be real fucking polite.
Ouch. My hand pauses short of landing another heavy knock. From the other unit, Rebecca's other neighbor peeks in through his door, though I see nothing but a bundle of blankets. I'll say they need help from being devoured by their sheets, but it sounds like he's just fine. He's a huge asshole, too. Course of action, so people like him won't ruin your day. Act like the nicest person on the planet. Has done me wonders when I was a rookie patrolling the streets. No need to match his temper.
Oh, did she say where she was going?
I don't know. She said something about meeting someone or something, in case Filipina girl over there asks. Well, what am I, her keeper? You know some people want to sleep in on a bloody Sunday, so keep it down.
What's that? Sleeping in on a Sunday? What is that?
Just looking forward to this weekend. Thanks, you damn git.
Well, there's no need to be an ass about it. I'll get out of your...
He slams the door shut without warning, but not before muttering a string of very colorful words about me. Probably thinks I won't hear him inside the four walls of his apartment.
Jerk.
At the end of it, a sigh. So Rebecca's not here. Must have missed her by an hour or so. At least she's not alone. She should be safe, in theory. Well, she's totally not being chased by a, you know, the girl right now.
Yeah, laying in books.
More so if the person she's meeting with is who I am thinking. Nevertheless, I still can't help but worry. It's an easy thing, continuing down increasingly darker lines of thought. To act brashly, to find out where she is and go straight there without deliberating on my actions first. There's Zach, to boot. Rebecca's not alone, but I can't say the same for the big guy. Simple phone call to the both of them should do the trick. It leaves my nerves, at any rate. It's better than rushing over to Zach's place or assuming Rebecca's whereabouts and finding out they're not where I've guessed they should be. Assuming the worst will come next, which I'd rather avoid this early, any other reason I won't bother them, but an emergency begs for urgency. This is one, right? Even if it isn't, anxiety from concern dulls judgment, something I most certainly can't afford to lose at any given time, especially right now. Any means to calm it will do wonders for the muddled mess my mind is already in. Pulling up my phone, I thumb through the screen until it ends up on a group with only Zach's, Rebecca's, and Isabel's numbers listed. Other people
And Abigail.
And Abigail.
Oh, look at that picture.
I know. Other people will probably say I keep too few friends when they chance on this. To some extent, it's true. I can easily name about 100 people I've been acquainted with through the years. Colleagues, blockmates from uni, neighbors, those sort of people. They all come and go. That's true. But these three have chosen to stay for some reason, without warning or asking for anything. Unlike the others, none has Zach's kindness, Rebecca's patience, nor the sincerity in Isabella's eyes. Also, he's got a big old crack in his phone. One day these guys are just there, the next thing I know, being with them eases it. That heavy, somber feeling lingering in the air when you stand alone in your apartment, or something as simple as spending your day off without anyone. I'll say it's loneliness, but this carries much more depth than that. If I can help it, I don't want to lose any of them to some stupid curse. A phone call may be the least comforting thing at the moment. Honestly, I prefer being in the same room with them right now, but I'll take what I can get. Becca first. She'll get angry at me for worrying about her. She isn't some helpless damsel in distress, after all. She isn't the shy little girl I knew when we were children. We're already far from the people we were back then, but that's more than enough reason to check in on her. I don't have to imagine her taking anything head-on. She'll do it, instead of asking for help when she needs it. I don't care if she gets mad at me, if only to know that she's fine. A ring. In the silence of the hallway, its sounds alone might as well be sharp enough to pierce through my ears. Another second passes. 2, 3. But when on the 9th ring, it goes straight to her voicemail, a cold feeling instantly lodges in my stomach.
Rebecca Gale's here. You've reached my voicemail. Sorry if I can't get to you right now. Oh, and if this is Isabella, yes, you're free to reheat the food in my fridge. Otherwise, leave a message.
Probably just busy, that's all. Though I still barely manage to keep my voice on when I speak.
Hey, Becca, call me back when you're free. We need to talk.
You can't even
ASAP.
talk.
I'm trying. It's a lot of words. Okay. Becca will be alright. Is alright. She's safe. She's with someone else. In the event that woman shows up, she'll have someone with her. Someone she'll be able to ask for help. She's safe. She can handle herself. Well. Becca might have a fiery temper, but she knows when she's faced with something she can't handle herself. Does she? Rebecca will see my missed call and she'll call me back. Though I don't express it often enough, Rebecca is someone I consider important to me. Yeah. I loved her little pigtails in the diary. She's so cute. She's been my friend for the longest. Anybody else would have been fed up with me and left. This girl stuck by me, no matter how big of a jerk I've been. There's Zach and Isabella now, too, of course. I'll always be thankful for having them around. The worst times before, however, Rebecca was there. No one believes it when I say it, but I've surely had my awful moments as a bratty kid and as a horrible teen. Issues. I have too many of them to count and refuse to deal with them for a time. At least that's what Andrew likes to tell me. I tend to think nothing of it. It has mellowed out down over the years thanks to the professor, mostly. But at times I do wonder if it still burdens me the way it did all those years ago. After all, I was terrible, especially around the time of my parents' separation. Looking back at it now, I had no reason to direct all my frustration towards everyone else. Well, I wasn't a kid who lashed out at anyone, preferring to keep it to myself and turning those negative feelings into more productive things. I've grown distant from a lot of people because of it. From my old friends back in my old school, and the neighbors I've hung out with before moving. A habit I've likely brought with me into adulthood. I was just so angry with everyone and everything. All I kept thinking about was myself, wondering, why me? In retrospect, I was a selfish little bastard who thought the world revolved around me. That I shouldn't have been going through it. I believe my behavior was entitled, that I had the right. Tough times, but she stuck with me, snapped me out of my little sulk, as she often phrases it, whenever she sees the chance to bring it up. She didn't tolerate my bullshit, but she didn't leave me alone either. If anything, the whole mess made her stick around. Her concern may have grown a bit overbearing as the years went by, but she's still an old friend, nevertheless. I owe her a lot. That won't change.
Damn it. Where are you, Baka?
Another message left on her voicemail. Then on my third call, I hang up. For the time being, I can't do anything more than to wait for her to return my calls. Worrying aimlessly won't get me anywhere. Zach, on the other hand, that guy attracts trouble no matter how much he tries to avoid it. Doesn't help how he hasn't been too hot with a lot of people. His mention of plans yesterday doesn't sit too well with me either. He might be the next responsible adult after Rebecca out of the four of us, but I've still got to check on the big guy. Make sure he's doing okay at the very least, whatever he has planning on doing. Break him out of prison! Please. Because I fucked up. I fucked it up.
If he's even still alive.
I'm pretty sure he's dead, man. I'm like 99% sure. It's my fault. I made a terrible choice.
Then you better prep for the worst then.
Oh, I know. All I'm asking for is for it not to be idiotic. He's a sensible guy, I'm sure. However, desperation clings and pushes people to do things, rational or irrational, it doesn't matter. Yeah? There's a lot of visual novels that make that very clear, like Higurashi, for instance.
Well, that and Zach also breaking and entering.
Yeah. Well, I thought someone was in trouble. Clear thinking flies out the window the moment you're in danger, and I sincerely hope he has not found himself in a tricky situation. His phone doesn't even ring before he answers, or his voicemail at least.
Hey, it's Zach. Well, a voicemail anyway. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. So, just leave a message, yeah? And no, Ash, you're not allowed to lockpick your way into my apartment again. Just do what any other decent human being does and call if I'm not around. Thanks.
Did he turn it off?
Well, can you imagine anybody who calls them and doesn't know who they're talking about in their voicemail? Here's that. It's like, who's lockpicking your apartment, bro?
Hold on a minute. Yeah. Why? I don't want to assume the worst yet. Maybe he has forgotten to charge it? Can't be. The guy can be a bit of a Boy Scout, even more than I am as a cop. He's the type who has an extra battery of a power bank in his bag if he ever needs it. And he always does. He won't say anything or brag about it, but he's got quite a roster of VIP freelance clients. He won't just leave his phone dead in case he's on the field, particularly when people will likely be looking for him. He always leaves his connection open whenever clients or his friends need him. Zach is reliable like that.
Why isn't anyone answering?
Because you're looking for them, that's why. It's always how it works. His mobile is an out-of-range area seems more plausible, although the thought of it doesn't completely shake off the unease. Unlike Rebecca and I, he took the time to listen to what Isabella said. And even if he didn't believe it, he was definitely the first one to offer help or to try to do something. If he ends up trouble doing whatever it is, so help me, I'm going to... Well, I can't be rash. I'm aware of that. Been running the same reminder in my head since last night. But if something happens, I'm certain my reaction won't be pretty. The added guilt from those times I've repeated dismissed him will surely haunt me.
Yo, Zach, call me back, alright? I wanted to check in and, yeah, just please call me back.
See, usually a joke between us when I say he's the Watson to my Sherlock. Aww.
Oh, no.
That's so wholesome.
But it's gonna hurt.
Aww. I don't see him as some assistant put aside until he's needed, like some people like to believe, though. He's not some pity friend I keep around to make myself look good.
If anything, he's the one who stayed by me out of pity.
Zach's the one who puts up with me the most of the time, even when he doesn't need to. It's not a case of a cool cop who helped out a minority. In truth, I was a hard-headed, hot-tempered, and reckless rookie, up until I met him. Wasn't anything sudden, as some part of me is still that rookie, but I've grown, thanks to him. He tempers that part of me. Considering how our first impressions went, I'm lucky he stuck around. Baka and I may have spent a lot of years together as children, but Zach? He's probably the closest thing I'll call to a best friend, though it's more than that. A camaraderie no words can express. He has my back, and I'll always have his. He's a brother I've never had the luck of ever having. Only child and all.
And I have every reason to worry about my brother.
Becca's neighbor did say she went out to meet with someone, no specific names. If I'm wrong and she's not with Professor Clark, then maybe it's with Zach. They've never been close, but it's not the kind of awkward friendship where meeting together remains out of the question. Regardless, I continue dialing for his phone number another 3 times, like I've done with Becca's. So many sighs! In the end, after the third attempt,
just tired,
man. With no one answering, I stop and cut the call with a ragged exhale.
Waiting game it is, then.
Okay, so that's the 30th. Okay, this was right before...
So she is being chased right now?
Yes. Rip. Well, no wonder she wasn't answering. I don't know about everybody else, or Zach.
I'd say she's getting chased right now, and he just got arrested.
Yeah, oh, that's right. Yeah, he did get... Okay, that was that morning. Well, damn. But wait, wasn't Ashton there?
At the manor?
Wasn't he?
No. Only at the party.
Didn't he say he was gonna, like, do something, like, go after Ashton?
Yeah, but he didn't know where they went, and so he immediately thought, oh, they might have went to the manor, and then he went through the open window. And Johans caught him, they arrested him, and he was sitting in the prison cell last we saw.
Okay, I thought there was something else that happened in between there, but...
Hearing that creepy-ass singing.
I've been trained for those. Hell, I'm used to them. Just not when it comes to people I'm close to. Much as I keep reminding myself to maintain my level head, it's a whole different matter when it's someone you know. Personal feelings will likely get involved at some point. It's starting now, actually, with the anxious strings coiling and uncoiling, causing a racket inside my stomach. It annoys me that all I can do right now is grit my teeth and trudge back to Isabella's apartment. Useless. That's what I am in the face of this. Mad dash to run Luxborn and Anslem isn't going to help things. It's not like I'll simply stumble across them on the side of the road during a drive. The city's too big a place for one person to go searching for only 2 people. I'll be lucky if I glimpse the hair of either of them. With one last frustrated glance toward the open skies, I slip back into Isabella's apartment and slam the door behind me. I might have already grown used to this, but the waiting will always be the hardest part. More so when it's the people you care about.
Ash, did you really have to shut it like that?
This is not the first time I've seen Isabella like this. Standing casually by her kitchenette, a ladle in hand, keeping an eye on whatever's stewing on the stove while humming a soft tune under her breath. 5 years ago, it has become a common sight after the 3 of them, including Zach and Rebecca, found a mutual interest in cooking. After that, whenever our schedule allows it, one of them will invite everyone to dinner or lunch instead of eating out. Rebecca prefers it that way. Healthier, she claims. Zach's just too happy to be able to cook for everyone. Isabella, on the other hand, as long as there's food, she's happy. Me, I've been banned from the kitchen ever since the pressure cooker incident. Oh no.
I want to know what the pressure cooker incident is.
Oh no. Easier times, good times. Right now, however, the scene brings an odd sense of normalcy, a strange fit with all of the things going on around us. Not unwelcome, only bizarre, I suppose. Isabella doesn't follow up on her question earlier, but she does raise an eyebrow my way when I take too long to answer. For that, I only offer a casual shrug in response and a short answer.
I've checked with Zach and Rebecca. I'm just waiting to hear back from them.
I'll add an a quip or 2 for her if the timing for a joke isn't off, or doing so won't be inappropriate. I don't want to alarm her either. There's no reason to. Yet. Till I've received an answer from Rebecca or Zach, whichever comes first. Nevertheless, it's clear she has plenty of questions. It's right there in the subtle crease between her eyebrows and the inquisitive gleam in her eyes. Curious as she is, though, she decides against voicing all her questions out. Instead, she shifts her attention back to the stove and gestures vaguely with her hand in the couch's direction.
Well, if we're going to wait for them, don't stand around there. It's getting distracting.
You're just cooking. How am I distracting?
I don't know. Something might explode again, maybe. Zach's kitchen ban for you is also in effect here, you know. Now shoo, go. Stop hovering. You'll ruin the food. I'll be done here soon.
She leaves no room for an argument by swatting the ladle at me, and just like that, I've been kicked out of the kitchen. Left with nothing else to do, I drift back to her tiny little living space and slump down on the couch. Closing my eyes, I love the noise from the television to guide my thoughts. The ones I've been keeping at bay, freeing them from the cage I built around them so I won't have to think. One by one, they trickle back into my consciousness, each more frightening and unnerving than the other. So many things going on. So many things happening. So many. So many. The papers we've gotten from BRC doesn't provide any comfort either. Seriously, is there even a point to those after last night? What will asking those people do? If anything, this only proved there might be more copies of that dumb piece of paper. We have one here, but how many exactly is there out there? More importantly, how do we get out of this stupid mess?
Ashton.
Damn it, I haven't felt this kind of bone-weary exhaustion in years.
I don't want to think what might happen next in case I miss something. Shit.
Rebecca, Zach, Isabella.
They're all depending on me, and...
Ash!
The voice snaps me out of my thoughts, abruptly wiping away everything running in a racket inside my head. Suddenly, Isabella's there, crouched in front of me while I crack an eye open. I haven't even noticed the exact moment when I bent over and buried my head in my hands. Figure why she's staring at me like I've fainted or something. The crease on her eyebrows grow deeper at my lack of response. Though she's merely staring at me without saying a word, her expression says everything. So much for trying not to alarm her with bad news.
Sorry, I just spaced out for a moment. Don't mind me.
For a brief moment, she seems to accept that. Quietly, she shifts, stands up, and takes the empty space right beside me. All done without a single comment. Then the next thing I know, she's gently pushing a bowl in my hands. What is this? The scent reaches me first, before I've gotten the chance to take in what she has just handed me, a faint, sweet smell of cocoa wafts from the dish. Calming, comforting, despite the multitude of things bothering me, it certainly smells like the kind of food you'd eat on a rainy day. Though from the get-go it doesn't look as appetizing. What is this even? Porridge? Why would you put chocolate in it? And milk drizzled on top? She tells me my tastes are weird, yet here she is handing me something equally as strange. In fact, she has already started digging in hers. I'm just not sure if the taste will be equally as appealing. Baffled, I glance her way. She offers no immediate answer, simply continues eating as if she hasn't done so in a week, with her focus solely on the television. She's not watching, however, just listening. As a background noise, the voices from it seems too cheerful, a welcome distraction if anything. It's only after she has finished off half the bowl does she acknowledge the question in my eyes. With a sigh, she cradles the dish on her lap and looks down at it. Briefly, her lips part, then closes. A hesitation, though I don't push her. There's a distant air on her, as if she's remembering something that warrants a poignant thought. When she speaks at last, it's in a tone too careful, like she's still weighing her words, considering the proper phrasing for it. Yet sincerity underlies each syllable once they're out in the open.
You should eat. Back at home, Mama would never let us leave the house if we hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Even Papa has gotten an earful when he tried. So eat. You'll need it.
She returns to her food afterwards, while I can only stare at the one she has offered not a few minutes ago. Warm against my hands, tempting me to take a bite. Not that I don't appreciate this, but what good will this do? Zach and Rebecca's both out there. Who knows when that ghost will show up again? Even in our dreams, we're not safe. But that's it, isn't it? We don't know when, and at present we have a chance at respite, maybe the only one we'll have. Even if it's as mundane as sharing food between us, quietly, just sitting side by side like this, without exchanging any words. The intent hangs unspoken in the air, something that probably goes as far back as the second she offered food. Still, in the end, Isabella never pushes it. Rather, she lets her own silence convey her hope. But she still hasn't answered what the food is.
Better not to know.
Hi, Tamer of Dragon. Whether I'll allow myself that break, she leaves it up to me. I'm gonna eat the food!
Thank you.
Okay? Obviously, that's gonna increase. Look at that blush. Nyah.
He's a baby.
He's a baby. The words roll off my tongue, awkward and unfamiliar, far removed from those jests and quips we've shared. Yet she accepts this with a smile and nothing more, regardless of everything left unsaid. The sight of it brings comfort. More so than any generous offer of food can give. Though we both lapse into silence after, as we finish our food, there's ease in it, in this, and the muffled sounds of Lexborn filtering into the room. And the light streaming from her windows, and the faint draft occasionally drifting in, catching the loose tendrils of her hair. I don't know if you all know, but I scream. I don't stream, guys. I scream.
Screaming right now.
I'm screaming. I'm screaming, everybody. And the way her voice falters when she tries to form words. And despite the war looming over us, I find myself wishing for the minutes to slow, for the seconds to last. But ultimately, she's the one who breaks it, softly after a minute's pause and words mumbled under her breath. Sometimes silence simply compels us to speak.
I've been wondering, you know, before last night, before Mama told me the news, what if Papa passes away, despite everything? That sort of thing. I know it's not good to think about, but I also knew it was getting worse. Mama won't say anything, but I've always known that one day, he'll eventually...
She releases a sigh as her grip on the bowl she still holds tightens. There are no tears, but she might as well have them with how weak her voice falls. Are there even any left?
I don't know what I'm going to do. Before, I can easily say it's because of Papa. Now, I don't have anything.
You have that scholarship from LuxU.
Were you going through my personal papers while I was sleeping last night?
I don't really have to. You left it sitting in the open. Right there on the table.
Like there's still anything to hide. She snatches it away from where I placed it back earlier. Except there's no anger or annoyance in her face when she looks at it and rereads every line with a pensive expression. After a short while, she folds it neatly along the creases and sets it back.
I don't even know if this will work out.
Well, if it doesn't, what about that exhibit you've been planning with Zach?
Do I even have to ask where you got that?
Zach sucks at lying. You have no idea how easy he is to read. It was all in his face when I asked about it.
Me, I can't lie either.
And anyway, if that doesn't pan out too...
I trail off, hesitating, measuring the weight of my next words. Genuine as they are, a part of me believes they're a burden too heavy to impose upon her. Because no matter how much I want her to stay, we are not what ties her here. It'll be selfish to ask that of her. More than anything, her family will always come first. I say it nevertheless, if only to let her know that no matter what her choice will be, there will be people here whose lives her mere presence have changed. Mine most of all.
You have us.
The words startle her to a pause, and slowly she turns to me, her eyes wide, disbelief all over her face. Aww, that's so nice. Me, 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 me. But before regret forces an apology upon my throat, her expression dissolves to something I can't quite place. Something distinctly softer, more tender, familiar, almost in the same manner she glanced at me years ago, that day at the bridge. However, I don't get the chance to figure out what it all means for her.
Sup, I'm Ash from Deluxe City.
I forgot about the ringtone!
He knows how to ruin the mood.
All of a sudden, my ringtone breaks the moment, and just as fast, both of our attention shifts towards the source. I can't talk over the ringtone! Before things can get awkward fast, I stand up and leave the room while muttering some flimsy excuse to answer the phone.
Sorry, let me just take this call. It's probably Zach or Rebecca.
Really, I know we're in a pinch, but their timing can't get any worse. Unrelated frustrations aside, once I step out of the room and accept the call, the stone that has been stuck in my stomach simultaneously lodges itself up my throat. Who's unknown? Do you know an unknown? I don't know an unknown.
I don't know an unknown either.
The person on the other side of the line isn't who I'm expecting.
Hey, right? It's Officer Renzo at the precinct.
Oh.
You know, you bring me donuts to keep an eye out for you and shit.
Oh, yeah, right, Renz. What's up? You've, never called me through this line before. Is this something urgent?
Yeah, kinda. Something came up this morning. You know the big guy? Your,
about Zach?
Zach?
Oh, shit, dog. I don't feel too good about this.
Yeah, him. Zachary Steele, I think.
He's dead.
What about him?
He's been detained and...
Wait, what?
What do you mean he's been detained?
They brought them in this morning.
Oh, I think it's this night that... Wait.
No.
No,
wait.
it's the next day that scene happens. So he's been detained at this point. But that scene hasn't happened yet.
That's not what I asked. What are the charges?
I don't know. Not my division. I'm not really supposed to be on the phone right now, but I thought you want to know. Anyway, I gotta go. If you want to see him, just drop by. Not sure how that'll work, though. The chief has a standing order not to let you into the precinct until Monday.
That's true.
Yeah. Thanks for the heads up. I'll bring you some coffee to go with those donuts, too, next time.
The call ends with a click while I'm left here reeling, staring blankly at my phone. It's just my luck that in this exact moment, Isabella chooses to peek out from her apartment. But guess who's not? Who can go into the precinct, but she probably doesn't have the clearance to go and view
to the holding cell?
Prisoners. I mean, they can have visitors, though, can't they?
I don't know if in the actual
Is that
precinct. I don't remember.
I'm not exactly, like, police division 101 knowledge, so...
I mean, actual prison, yes, but, like, holding cells, I highly doubt it.
It's just my luck that in this exact moment, Isabella chooses to peek out from her apartment.
Was that Zach? Is he gonna drop by?
I have no idea how I look right now, but it must be far from anything pleasant. The curious expression on Isabella's face quickly melts away as soon as she chances a closer glance at me.
What's wrong, Ash?
I'm left with no other choice then. I tell her exactly as Officer Renz have said, and the more I spell, the more grim her countenance becomes.
Stay here. I'll go check on him. See what I can do.
No, I'll go with you.
Belle, I'm not going in there for a casual visit. Zach's in trouble and...
I know, but he's not the kind of person who'd do something that'll land him in prison. There must be a mistake.
Believe me, I'm on the same page as you, but...
I want to see him, all right?
And there it is again. That same sharp gleam that has been present in her eyes ever since yesterday. Little by little, I'm finding it difficult to say no to it. What other choice do I have, too? Still no word on Rebecca and Zach. Isabella probably doesn't want to be the one who ends up waiting for the news. I know exactly how that feels, so in the end, a nod's the simplest response I can give.
Just let me turn off everything. I'll be out in a few.
Quickly, she disappears behind the door. From the inside, the sound of her foot shuffling, a few locks clicking shut, and a television being turned off drifts out the hallway. Her whole business inside takes only a few minutes, and within 5, we're both out on our way to the LPD. Oh. At least we know where Zach is now. That explains why he's not answering his phone. What the hell did you do, Zach? I made him go into the window! He
said trespass.
I'm sorry. I thought I was supposed to be a brave boy. He said he had a plan that might help, but if it got him into enough trouble to get himself in a cell, I don't think I like that plan of his. And hell yeah, I'm mad. I'm absolutely furious. It's just as Isabella said, I doubt Zach will get himself arrested because of an actual crime. Whatever stupid stunt he pulled to get there isn't any better. The only good thing today so far is the fact that the streets are nearly empty so early on a Sunday morning. Very few pedestrians and virtually no other cars on the road to get in the way of us rushing to the precinct. That was like the only good thing today actually for me was that there was nobody like on the road this morning when I was driving to work, and I was like, yes, no traffic. Yes.
Everybody's at church.
Yes. Then the speed limit, of course. Of course, it's always when I'm ahead of time that there's no traffic, not when I'm behind, you know?
Always.
Every time. A whirlwind of activity welcomes us as soon as we walk into LPD HQ. Fellow officers running here and there, pushing around paperwork and answering calls. It's almost Halloween and the troublemakers are abound. It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. Calls about pranks gone wrong makes up most of the time this year, along with the occasional altercation or missing dog. Some of the other officers who work with me look up for their desks and wave, though none of them moves to stop us like I'm expecting. Standing order my ass. It probably didn't last a whole day. Although I'd like to have a chat with them sooner or later about official matters, I'm not here for them right now. Of course, it never hurts to see what they have for me, and the best person to ask for details in the precinct is the guy behind the booking window. He glances up at me when I approach, then immediately returns to his task, indifferent. Not that I need his full attention. As long as he talks, I'm good. And next to me, Isabella stands wordlessly, clearly uncomfortable, waiting in anticipation for how close she's sticking to me. But that's probably because she's been the same position so many times in her life. Her drunkard brother, the eldest, a repeat offender. Mostly minor cases, but she had to be the one to bail him out every time from what I've gathered. I can't imagine what's going on inside her head now that it has happened to a close friend. Hearing the way these guys talk about him must be worse.
Hey, I heard there's a new guy in the holding cells.
Not many here know Zach, and if they've seen him, they don't pay too much attention. I try to keep my work and personal life as far away from each other as I possibly can. Each of them is quick to chat, gossip, be the one to talk about the new detainee, and have everyone's attention.
News flies fast, huh? They just brought him in this morning.
Any info on him?
Got his ass handed by some rich bloke's bodyguard. Or butler. Whatever. When we got to the scene, he's already been strung up and ready for pickup. Hard to imagine how a guy like him could have been taken down. But the butler has this creepy air to him. I'd rather not ask. Feel sorry for the bloke. He could have fought back.
That's because Zach wouldn't hurt a fly.
True. It's always the big ones, man. The big ones are the puppy dogs, like
the big teddy bears.
The big teddy bears, yeah. Like, that's how it is with, like, the dogs at work, too. Like, the big ones are, like, the really nice dogs, and then the little ones are the little ankle-biter assholes.
The little gremlins.
Yeah, the little gremlins. I'm like, get back, demon! All said under her breath, but her grip on her bag grows rigid. Unlike me, she's not frustrated as Zach. That ire is directed at the person who put our friend in this predicament. It's true, though, Zach's not that kind of person, and knowing he might be in a bad state, whatever little anger I built for him on the way here dissolves into thin air.
Has he been booked yet?
Nope, still sleeping. Creepy butler probably hit him hard.
Creepy, I love that we're calling him Creepy Butler now. Which is a good thing. If they slip up and forget, we get him a ride-off habeas corpus and take him out of there. Wait, what? What does that mean?
Let's Google it.
Depending on what he's actually being charged with.
Writ of habeas corpus. Orders the custodian of an individual in custody to produce the individual before the court to make an inquiry concerning his or her detention, to appear for prosecution, or to appear to testify.
I'm not sure I just understand what you just said. Okay. That's all law stuff that I don't understand.
It is a court order demanding that a public official deliver an imprisoned individual to court and show a valid reason for that person's detention. The procedure provides a means for prison inmates or others acting on their behalf to dispute the legal basis for confinement.
Okay.
Basically, whether or not to justify them holding him. I guess.
But at the same time, it's bad. How long is he going to be unconscious?
Your friend was caught on right property, and you better believe I'm not happy about this. Not one bit.
Oh, hey, Chief.
I want to say that there must have been some sort of misunderstanding. Zach isn't the type to do such a thing unless it was his plan all along. In that case, I couldn't just charge blindly into this without all the details, no matter how much I want to believe my friend's innocence. And right? Luke, right? What on earth was Zach thinking? In any case, it doesn't look like the Chief is happy, even if I don't protest and give him a salute. Not pleased at all is the fact he grabs me and pulls me aside is any indication. If I were to describe his expression, he looks ready to kill me.
I swear, Frey, if you're behind this, if you told Steele to sort the rights because you were taken off the case,
I'm not stupid enough to ignore chain of command and go against official orders. Give me some credit, Chief.
And you better be sure you didn't. Luke Wright is coming here.
Oh,
we both know he's
shit,
trouble.
dog. Not that guy again.
I consider your friend lucky if he only gets charges put against him. Maybe if we can make sure he's in a good mood, he won't escalate the situation.
Or maybe we can just kill Luke Wright early enough to where it won't be a problem.
Do it!
Hell,
I
maybe
mean,
we'll have a
sure.
bloody miracle and Steele only gets a slap on the wrist, but Lord knows it's unlikely with that man.
God damn it.
You know him well, Chief.
And Luke is racist, so it's gonna be even worse. An observation, not an accusation. But it might as well be with how things panned out from the night of the housewarming party to the morning that followed. His wife's familiar with them too. Who's to say that friendship hasn't colored the investigation into Luke Wright? I don't want to accuse my superior, but damn it, he makes it difficult.
Of course I'd do, shouldn't you? We've been looking into the guy for so long. I'd call you a bad detective if you can't even tell me whether he's right or left-handed.
That's an easy one. He's left-handed, but he's been taught to use his right. You can tell when he picks something up with his left hand, but when he realizes that, he moves it to the right.
Well, at least I don't have to question your ability. Anyway, if I were you, I'd either go and make myself scarce or sit down and shut up.
Yes, sir.
Don't go aggravating people, basically. Because you have a knack for that at the worst of times.
Like right now.
It's what I do best, Chief. As much as I hate to say it, but he's right. It's better to keep my mouth shut and not make things worse for Zach. There's not much to do now, but hope for the best. They don't call for an investigation when it comes to petty felonies. Worst case scenario, he's looking at a fine worth 5,000 pounds and 6 months in jail. Best case scenario, we get the charges bumped down to trespassing, a misdemeanor and juvenile offense, and he'll be given probation and will be charged for restitution. At this point, those seem to be the most likely outcome. I don't see how he could have been framed for breaking and entering unless he was taken into somebody's property against his will. Even in my head, that sounds unlikely.
I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I think I'm a delight to be around.
Tell that to my blood pressure pills. Anyway, let me handle him, alright?
Oh, God. I already want to smack my computer.
Can we shoot him now? Is there an option to pull the gun out right now?
Right on cue, the moment Chief says that, you-know-who arrives. And like the arrogant show-off that he is, he makes sure his arrival is well noticed by everyone within the immediate vicinity. Behind me, Isabella gasps. She has no idea how much of a trash his previous client is. Now she's going to get a frontline view of it. The guy ignores the front desk even when Benjamin tries to greet him. He just blows past him, walks in all high and mighty as if he owns the place. Meanwhile, that creepy butler of his tails behind like a tame dog on its leash. It doesn't help either that the other officers stop whatever it is they're doing and stare. Whether it's out of suspicion, courtesy, curiosity, or judging by some of their starstruck looks, awe, they should quit it, get back to work, and stop giving that man the attention he's obviously sinking.
I'm here to report a crime.
Of course, why else would you be here? You're either reporting something or being put behind bars, you imbecile. I'm going to...
Calm down, Ashton. No need to rile myself up. I need to calm down. Not for him, not for myself, but for Zach. Do it for him. Do it for him.
Thank God, he's sleeping.
It's already difficult holding back when his face looks like he could use a good right hook.
I feel that.
Better to just let the Chief handle him. Sure enough, he's the first to walk up to him, bearing a smile way too friendly for comfort. Looking at them, this makes me sick to my stomach. It's easy to know there's something up underneath the guise of keeping up appearances.
I'll be happy to assist you with that, Mr. Wright. You'll have to issue your statements as victim and... witness? We'll have to determine probable cause and properly file a criminal complaint. Of course, you understand.
Oh, I understand, though I don't see why you can't file that thing yourself. The cause is obvious, isn't it? He was breaking into my home in order to pilfer my belongings.
You motherfucker.
Well, we'll still need that police report. The prosecutor will be the one to determine what charges you can legally file against the accused.
Reports and prosecutors. Why should we law-abiding citizens suffer through all that? Thugs like him should be kept off the streets. I mean, it's so obvious who these people are. You can practically spot them.
I'm getting pissed right now.
Hold on. Hold on a minute. You look like you could use a bullet right in your head.
Right
God
in the
damn
third eye.
Wait, hold up. Is this guy for real? Can he hear himself? He's not saying what I think he's saying, I hope.
We come here to our country, take advantage of
Yep,
our
there he
wealth and
goes.
generosity, while we
There he
proper
goes.
Brits work hard and pay our taxes.
This is like every guy that I want to punch in the face of every day of my life.
Well, I mean, that replaced Brits with Americans, and that's basically our whole situation right now.
Yeah. Well, one of our many situations right now.
All the while they break our laws and ruin our civilized community. Trash like these should be kept contained. These uneducated...
Now, Mr. Wright. I know you're upset about what happened, but perhaps we should move to my office.
Of course. The sooner we can deal with the petty criminal, the better.
Can't believe the audacity of this guy. Did he really think himself better just because he was born rich?
I swear they should just ship these peasants back to where they came from.
Okay, listen here.
They're all criminals. It can't be helped. It's in their genes.
Despite myself, in spite of every restraint I've placed on me, upon hearing those words, I can't help but open my mouth. Chief's warning be damned. Rush him!
Do it!
Oh my god, dude!
Fucking rush him right now.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get in so much fucking trouble if I do that, though.
Yeah, but this is our friend he's fucking shitting on.
God damn, man.
I don't give a damn.
What if I get detained, though?
Listen, if we wanted to hit bare fucking bottom with his goddamn meter, that's the way to do it.
Well, I mean, it's gonna go down either way, I would imagine, but...
That'll immediately take the rest of it off.
Nobody will blame me if I ruin his pretty face, right? Not with all the shit he said. Nothing would be more satisfying than to see his smug face all battered and bruised. Nearly every fiber of my being is just itching to beat some sense of decency into him. But my frustration is apparently obvious. Before I can even take a step forward, Isabel steps in front of me. See whether officers put a hand on my shoulder to stop me from doing something I'll probably regret. Inspector Abigail and Officer Carl. Oh, Inspector Abigail. Oh. Okay. That's who Abigail is. Creepy ass.
It didn't even do anything. Motherfucker.
No.
Ash, you know you're the only one who can help Zach right now. Don't be stupid.
Don't do it, man. Listen, we all know he's a big shot. Landing a good right hook is only going to do just that. Land a good right hook. If you want him
That's not what she looks like. I saw it.
She looks a hell of a lot better in this picture than in his phone.
Listen to them. This isn't going to save Zach. And you won't be doing yourself any favors.
I don't know. I'd love to see Moneybags over there get wailed on by Karate Kid. My bet is on that giant with the glasses, though.
Most
I
likely,
fucking love her right now.
You're not helping. But you don't want assault charges on you, do you?
I don't, but it'd be worth it.
Really, it's like I can't even hear myself right now. I've grown so far as a detective, but as I stand here, I'm that rookie detective reckless in my pursuit of justice all over again. When I shouldn't be. Not if a mistake on my part might cost Zach's life. Isabella has a point.
I don't doubt it'll be satisfying, but Carl is right. Your girlfriend is right. He's not worth your badge or the trouble. Trust me.
Ashton, please.
Whatever, just let me go, will you? I promise I won't clobber him.
Oh. Yeah, we're here.
Oh,
Ooh.
wait a minute.
Was she
What's
slapped
that
him? Hold on a second.
What's that picture?
No, we gotta see what happens first. Hold on.
Wait a fucking minute.
Their hand on my shoulder stays. If anything, their grip on me tightens. In the end, it's the look Isabella gives me that makes me falter when she finally steps back. They don't even let go of me, not until I put a good distance away between me and Scumbag. And it's awkward going on from there. The precinct is quiet, though the usual hustle and bustle of activity stayed. Everybody's making a concerned effort to shut their mouths about the whole scene. I wish they made the same effort to keep themselves from staring at me, though. They all want to talk about what just happened. But at the same time, they don't want to acknowledge that it did happen and refuse to even make eye contact with me. All of it changes in the next second, though. It doesn't even register to me until it has already occurred. Before I have the chance to leave, ready to march out of the precinct, still angry and frustrated, all of a sudden, Isabella, who has been standing close to me not a second ago, grabs a half-full glass of water on one of the officers' tables and dumps the entirety of its contents on Scumbag! Hell yeah! And the expression on her, it's nothing short of seething.
You bloody...
It's been a pleasure doing business with you, sir.
Afterwards, she slams the drinking glass down on the table with a loud thud. Hell yeah, let's go! The whole precinct, this still, the sound it creates echoes thickly along the walls, almost deafening. In the face of her temper, nobody dares move. But she doesn't give me time to relish the disbelief in Wright's face. She marches toward me soon after, and before I can even say anything, she grabs me by the wrist and drags me out of the precinct. Honestly, I've never seen something so satisfying in my life. I might as well be grinning from ear to ear if it weren't feeling so pissed at all the things going on right now. Still would have loved to sock the bastard myself. Oh my god.
Woo!
So good. Feels good, man. I wonder if she would have done that if we called him out, though.
I don't know.
A few minutes later...
But I'm glad we picked this option, though.
Yeah. Finds the two of us sitting in mutual silence inside my car. With the two of us in a mood, thanks to one specific scumbag, it's better to keep our own opinions to ourselves, lest we lash out at each other. Let it melt away on its own. How long until then? Can't tell. Zach's still in lockup, and I wasn't able to do a damn thing past getting angry and almost socking the living daylights at a scumbag. Really. I just want to hit something, damn it. I almost envy Isabella for having the guts to throw water at him. But as amazing as it is to watch, she still shouldn't have done that. This is right we're talking about. No matter how much he hits on any woman he sees on the street, the moment you piss him off, you better watch your back. Might have just been water, but she'd be living in the same city as him. Who knows when they'll meet again. He's just bunked up over at Anselm. I shudder to think how he could easily make her a life hell with just a flick of his finger. Doesn't help that the thought of that alone adds a whole new level of irritation atop the disappointment, anger, and outrage. And in my frustration, I slam a hard fist down the steering wheel. Oddly, it's what finally piques a reaction from her.
You know what? You would have ended up in an even bigger problem if you did hit him.
You threw water at him.
It won't leave a mark, though. He'll live. The only thing I ruined is his expensive suit.
It's just water. It can be dried.
Still the same thing.
And you acting like this isn't helping Zach at all.
Really, blame is the last thing I want to hear right now, especially with the stunt she pulled. She means well, but anger clouds a lot of things. Ouch. Sometimes I just can't help but sprinkle my own answers with the same heat. I feel like I know damn it is less.
Yeah.
Somehow less aggressive.
It's the least.
Because you're like admitting the blame, you're not deflecting it, I guess.
We were so fucking close to sucking him.
Yeah, I did go up. Somehow admitting that out loud feels like a release in itself. So if a dam has been opened, every pent-up frustration spills from my mouth before stopping myself occurs to me.
Seriously, it's one bad thing after another. First I get kicked off my own case, now Zach's in jail, and still no word from Rebecca. To top it all off, there's a ghost, a damn ghost of all bloody things, going after us. Everything's such a clusterfuck. Ow!
Without any warning, she gives my forehead a hard flick. The pain is fleeting, but enough to stop my tirade. She appears completely unamused when I glance at her. There's no trace of anger in her eyes, though. Even lacks the sharpness Rebecca has when scolding someone. Hers are softer, but doesn't fail to nail the disappointed mother look. All at once, regret replaces the annoyance.
You don't have to act so pissy all the time, you know?
Well, she's right about that, at least.
Not everything's gonna go your way. That's something you'll have to live with. That's just how it is.
Easy to say, but the moment everything goes south...
Well, that's why we're here, right? It doesn't always have to be just you. You'll miss a lot of things in life, the good things, if you keep thinking like that. If my mama were here, you'd get a scolding.
She throws a quick smile my way, then turns her attention back to the window. Her gesture leaves no room for an argument. For some introspection? Plenty. The whole thing did serve to help clear my head, and just like that, somehow, everything doesn't look too bleak anymore. Isabella has always had that effect on people. Gratitude and apology almost form in my lips. God damn it. Though before the words even fall, my phone rings, effectively cutting through the conversation. A quick glance at the caller ID shows Rebecca's name leaking on the screen. Besides me, Isabella stares, waiting.
It's Becca. I'll tell her to meet us at Salem Well as soon as she can. Excuse me.
Without another word, I slip out of the car and answer the call. However, the tone she assumes isn't what I'm hoping to hear.
Are you there?
Ragged, a bit out of breath, there's a tinge of urgency in it. Listening to her from my side of the line makes it seem like she has just run a marathon prior to this call. I mean,
she kind of did.
Didn't she, though?
Becca, where?
I got your message. What happened?
Nothing. Well, Zach's in a bit of a tight spot right now.
Define tight spot in this context, Ash.
I'll tell you about it later. There's nothing we can do about it now. Where are you, by the way?
Home, I had to make a quick visit to the library. Listen, Ash, About that thing Isabella has been talking about. It's something you guys need to...
Please tell me you didn't... Whatever. Save it for later. We'll meet you there. This is... related to that.
Is Isabella with you?
Yeah, she insisted to come with me.
With a quick press of the button, I switch on the loudspeakers and step closer to the window on Isabella's side. I hold out the phone towards her, giving it 2 shakes, urging her to speak. She's still carrying a curious look on her face. It's already bordering on worried, actually. It should ease that.
Rebecca's asking for you.
Becca? Is she okay? Hey, Becca!
Hey, Belle, what's happening over there? Is this something I should be worried about?
Becca, it's Zach! He's...
We'll tell you once we get there. It's not something we should discuss over the phone.
I don't like the sound of that ash, but alright. And please, hurry.
Gotcha. Give us a few minutes.
She mumbles a goodbye, then hangs up. Becca's the last person I need to account for, yet that call left something strained in the air. Thankfully, we don't have to linger in it for too long. Drive back to Salem will only takes a matter of minutes. We find her pacing in front of... I don't like the way that music dropped. In front of Isabella's room, hands clasped tightly in front of her as she treads the small space offered by the hallway. The second she looks up, Isabella clings to her.
I'm so glad you're okay. Ashton checked on you this morning, but...
He did? I'm sorry. I was in a hurry. I didn't have time to drop by and let you know.
It doesn't matter. What's important is you're here.
Not burnt to a crisp, but brutally murdered somewhere. Whole, alive. Although she seems a bit shaken, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. At least now I can relax, ease the pressure off my shoulders, if only by some. There's still that problem with Zach. But the minute Isabella pulls away from her, she winces. Small reaction, the younger woman doesn't even catch it. It sets a precedence for a careful observation, nonetheless. A closer look at her reveals a much more disheveled than usual. Hair in a bit of a mess, probably flattened in a hurry. The back of her dress also shows stains of dirt in places it rarely gets into. She's also leaning more on using her left arm. She's right-handed. Perhaps the most telling is the slight limp she has, noticeable once Isabella leads us into her apartment. Did she, like, twist her ankle or something? It all sprouts a hatful of questions. What exactly happened and how she ended up in that state? Pretty sure a simple trip to the library won't do that. It does if there's a ghost chasing after you! I suppose. But she never gives me a chance to bring it up. The second we're seated in the tiny living room, she gets straight to the point and asks about Zach. Typical Rebecca.
Alright, no more suspense. What happened to Zachary? And I don't want the two of you to mince words. Tell everything as it is.
They arrested him, Becca.
Well...
Arrested? As in the police?
Yeah. Ashton just heard about it this morning.
Her eyes quickly zero in on me, and at the raise of her eyebrow in question, I quickly fill her in on what happened. From the moment I've gotten the news down to the very person at the root of this trouble. The very person she's been friendly with from the start. She falters the second I drop Scumbag's name, disbelief all over her features.
Are you sure it's him? This must be a mistake.
Yup, quite sure it's the bastard we saw at the precinct, in all his pompous glory.
What was Zachary even doing in the mansion? Breaking and entering? Are you kidding me? I know Zachary can look a bit intimidating at first glance, but he's not the kind of person who will do those things.
That's exactly what we told the police, but they won't listen. Apparently they caught him in the act.
Of course they won't. They're up against Wright's smug face, for fuck's sake. He's the one who has the money.
There must be something we can do to help him.
I'm still up for kicking his ass if anyone's asking.
Yes, yes.
Yes, please.
Not that.
Right now.
Anything but that.
Oh, come on, you threw water at him. At least let me score.
We need something that'll help, Zach. If you really want to hurt something, go punch the wall or your face.
I'll talk to him.
Immediately, all the banter in the room stops, and we both turn to her.
Talk to who?
Luke. I'm sure he'll see reason.
She wastes no time. Ignoring her limp, she gathers her things and stands up, ready to leave. I grab her arm before she can walk past, carefully to avoid hurting her in case there really is an injury. Seems like it at first glance, but you can't be sure until after a careful examination has been made. I suspect some bruising at least, although minor internal fractures aren't out of the equation. They have a nasty way of staying hidden. But that possible injury is the least of my problems right now. Not when she's likely planning a march into the Ermengarde mansion just to talk to the guy. I'm gonna do the bottom one. That sounds less aggressive.
But we're thinking the top.
Huh?
But we're thinking the top option.
But we're thinking, yes. Do you really think that smug bastard will listen to us? Yeah.
Not after he just got water thrown
Zach
at him.
has already gone down the legal territory.
Okay, that does make it go up. Cool, cool. We're doing good with Ash. I don't know if we did good with the rest of them.
Well,
Smugface already filed the case this morning.
We did the best we could.
Isn't that another reason to talk to him?
It'll be difficult, especially when he's so eager to get to the precinct this morning. Unless we find evidence that'll prove Zach's innocence, there's nothing we can do at the moment. Chief will kick me out of my own precinct if I keep insisting.
Becca does give it a moment of thought. She still appears like she wants to run headfirst to Anselm, though. But after a moment of silence, thankfully, she concedes.
All right, but promise me you'll get Zachary out of that place.
I try my best.
I will. There's no way in hell I'm leaving him in there. Besides, even if you could reason with Smugface...
Stop calling him like that. And you wonder why he won't listen.
Even if you could reason with Smugface, you're not going anywhere with that limp.
He's, like, ignoring that entirely. It's expected she tries to hide it. When she squirms from my grasp, it's with enough force she almost stumbles back if the couch has not caught her fall. Even with Isabella shooting her concerned looks, she's swift to shrug it off.
It's fine. I just had a little accident.
Little accident. Hard to believe when her other arm's nursing the supposedly fine arm. Isabella doesn't buy any of it either.
In a library? Well, yeah. It kinda caught me off guard.
Something's happened there, hasn't it?
I don't have to elaborate on the question further. Shortly, she goes very still, and the hand placed over her right arm shifts ever so slightly, its grip on the limb tightening. Not too firm to hurt, but just enough for a gesture of comfort for herself. Warily, she casts a glance at everyone in the room, but only the one she spares for Isabella lingers longer, and in that moment something unspoken passes between them. An understanding. Strikes me seconds later how utterly familiar her expression is. It's the same one I've seen far too many times in Isabella. Since that day at the movie house, every time her attempts to warn us have been so rudely dismissed.
Let me see.
Can we? We have to check if it's bad.
Rebecca hesitates for a moment. Then after a minute of consideration, she sighs and reaches for the hem of her sleeve, raises it just enough for Isabella to take a good look at it. Not swollen, but a large portion of her skin starting to turn an ugly shade of purple.
Oh, ouch. That bruise isn't going to look pretty. Tell me about it. It was a library cart that hit me. You know, the old metal ones they keep near the history section.
The really sturdy ones.
But she's there? She went after you. Yeah, I was in the archives, looking something up. Suddenly, she was just there. Belle, she was using my own students against me. What kind of terrible, terrible person does that? Oh, it makes my blood boil.
You should have just ran. That woman's not something you can hit with a book.
Laugh it up, Ashton. I did. Then the bloody cart came out of nowhere. And you know what? If it weren't for a damn book, I would be dead by now.
Silence descends into the room as the gravity of that one word hits all of us. Dead. Another close call. Another would have. Another one we've narrowly avoided. How long can we keep this up? We're bound to break at one point. No normal human being with a sane mind can last like this. It's a miracle Isabella hasn't cracked yet. After all, she was the one who found that letter. I've expected her to have caved in by now, yet her voice, calm and composed in the face of this, is what cuts through the thick air.
I'll go get a cold compress for that arm. You guys take a seat first. Ashton and I, we have a lot of things to talk about.
I hear a bunch of scuffling. I'm assuming it's the shithead cat. That marks the end of it. At least for the time being. As soon as Isabella returns and hands Rebecca the cold compress, she promised we get straight down to business. Surprisingly easy considering the rigid air in the room.
Rigid room?
Rigid room! Although there's some tense fumbling for words at first, the whole conversation gains steam once we found last night at BRC has been put on the table. All at once, everything we've brushed off, carelessly ignored, and rudely dismissed have been laid out for close scrutiny. Our own encounters with the woman, Rebecca's close brushes with death every time she appears, the dread, the fear, the terror she brings out even the bravest of us, everything. Because no matter how bleak this all seems, there must still be a way out of this. There has to be, logic be damned. Or at least that's what Isabella and I would like to believe. Ooh, so we're still on the 30th. Okay. Actually, I forgot to send a message to my group chats that I was going live. So I should probably do that now.
About a whole hour and a half
It's
after.
fine. It'll take a while for us to finish anyway, so. Yeah, I just do like the three main ones usually. Sometimes people stop by from there if they're not streaming or collabing already. Yet
Guess
even
we'll find out.
yeah. Yet even as the cold morning light shifts to the warm hues of late afternoon, and eventually night, none of this still makes a fucking damn sense. Darkness has fallen, but we're still nowhere near figuring things out. If anything, we're more at a loss than we've ever been before we even started this. Next thing I know, frustration rears its ugly head, and the sheets of paper I've been holding smacks the table harder than I've intended. He sighed again. The sound of it echoes loudly in the small room, and everyone falls silent. Along with it is a release of another long-held breath. Perhaps the 100th since this morning.
We aren't getting anywhere at this rate.
Don't just drop it. There must be something in this we aren't seeing yet.
Ash, please. Zach wouldn't want us to give up on this.
It's not a thing to hear from her. The very words I've been telling myself every single time I find myself facing a dead end. We can use a little of the optimism right now, I guess. Too bad Z-Man's better at it than me.
I know, but what are we supposed to be looking at here in the first place?
Well, we already looked through those files. You're the one that picked it out last night, right?
All of them? I'm pretty sure every person we've checked in there isn't necessarily involved. One client possibly died of old age. Remember, you found that dumb paper right before the open house. No one was allowed inside that place for a time that day. It's too broad of a scope if we include every single person. In fact, the only notable ones are C and Jean Marie.
But if we're going to include them in the count, shouldn't there have been more than enough people to end this fucking curse already? How does this thing even work?
Yeah, okay. They went in and out of this place. But no, you still don't get it. What I'm trying to say about those clients is...
Maybe there's something more to this.
What do you mean?
Becca makes a vague gesture at the paper she's brought, then crosses her arms and leans back on her seat to glare at it. The way she's staring at us, you'll think she wants to set the entire stack on fire.
Apparently, there was some stuff that people haven't been telling us.
You mean our own teachers have been lying to us all this time?
Hey, now don't blame us. Blame the bloody books they wrote.
True. Quietly, Isabella reaches for one of the papers Rebecca has brought with her and carefully inspects the words printed on the stage. Yeah, that's a good idea. A copy of an old newsprint from even before the city has been founded. Her eyes narrow with each line it passes, but lingers at the illustration of the noblewoman's servant.
Why do they have to keep this in the restricted section?
One of my packages has been sent.
Ooh, nice.
Nice. I ordered some Pride stuff.
Ooh.
I'm excited. Rebecca merely shrugs at her inquiry, but her own annoyance seeps through her answer.
How should I know? I wasn't even aware we have archives that go as far back as this. This is before the city was even founded. As a matter of fact, if it weren't for Andrew's help, I wouldn't have gotten my hands on any of it. Maybe they didn't think it would be important to talk about it. After all, this is more Anselm's than ours.
That or some old bugger's hiding something.
Why else would these tell a completely different story? Revising what's written seems a useless endeavor on its own when you have nothing to gain from it. Thanks to those, we're also missing a lot of things here. There's still a gap. A huge one. Even with the information we currently have right now, it still feels like there's something we're overlooking. All we have to go with is the mansion, the letter, and all the stuff selfish people have been keeping from the public. But what else? Ah! My bongo Ayla's done! It's a little bit late, but you know.
Oh, a little, but...
It's okay, though. She tried her best.
It's still done.
Yeah, I can use it next time. Happy Ayla.
So now I gotta see it.
Okay, I gotta download it. I had her edited a few times, so... I love her! Okay. I'm excited.
You can tell.
She's so cute!
Oh my god.
She's so cute!
It's like beating the shit out of whatever table it's supposed to be sitting on.
Yes, it will be my head when I do the bonkerity. My head is going to be hurting a lot.
Oh, your head going to be nice, bongo.
I'm going to have big head by the time it's done. At present, everything seems to point to where this all started. The Ermengarde mansion. It always comes back to that, doesn't it? Will bringing the letter back there fix everything? Fuck. How do I? The mansion's a private property now. Can't just waltz in there. I mean, Zach sure did! I'd rather die before
He gave no fucks.
Before I even think of begging Wright to let me in and investigate the place. After what he did to Zach, not gonna happen. Over my dead body. One thing's very clear about these last 2 days, however. We're not safe anywhere, and I have to act fast if I want to keep my friends alive. We can't keep running away. Sooner or later she'll get us. And damn it, I hope Zach's safe wherever they're keeping him. There are guards stationed at the holding cells 24/7, but you can't be sure. This is a ghost we're up against. Before anything happens, I have to put an end to this. Sighing, I stand up and stretch out the kinks in my back after several hours of sitting. We've been at this for too long. A break is needed. Time to let everything sink in, or else we'll all be burnt out. I know I will, and it's another thing I can't let happen when they're all counting on me like this. Albeit unspoken, it's in their eyes as they look up at me, waiting. We've been at this since morning. We should take a break for a few. Oh. Excuse me? Excuse me. Are you clawing from the closet?
I don't like that.
The rest of it never makes it out of my mouth as something heavy and grating sounds from the far end of the room. A harsh booming noise rendering through the eardrums of everyone in the room. All at once, the two of them are on their feet while I quickly palm for my gun on the table. However, before I can pull it up and remove the safety, the whole racket stops. Stillness descends into the room, and amidst a sudden hush, the three of us exchange anxious glances. So much for a
Ashton,
break.
That might be...
Gather everything.
No questions asked. They waste no time getting to work, piling up the documents we've been reading through. Even Isabel is unusually silent as she gathers everything in her arms. Her own movements sharp and precise, a deep furrow in her brow. There's fear, but something hardened and urgent overshadows it. But the moment doesn't last. Before we can even finish, another noise ups the tension already gripping the place. Oh no. Ah! It's the wardrobe! I knew it! Suddenly the lights go out and the wardrobe at the end of the room rattles, as if something inside begs for freedom. Cautiously, eyes glued to it, I take a step forward and I release the lock from my gun.
Forward?
I'm no trigger- You're moving towards it?! I'm no trigger-happy person. I'm not even sure if this will work on a ghost.
Wrong door.
For right now, it's smooth surface against my palm with the trigger on my finger. Provides the closest thing I have to relief as I approach the closet.
Ashton, what are you doing? We have everything. We should just...
Worried as they both are, they immediately stop with a slight raise of my hand. The edge is there, while they all huddle in the space between the door and the room. In case this goes south, whatever I find inside, they have enough time and space to run from their position. In 2 deep breaths, I cross the room and stand in front of the closet. Oh no! Whatever's inside has yet to stop thrashing. Instead, it has now moved to banging at the door louder and louder the longer I rally. Another shallow breath. I glance at my companions. A nod. Oh, no. What? Please no. Something creaks. Then in the next moment, I'm grasping at the handles and swinging the doors wide open to reveal...
Nothing!
Right away, I part the clothes hanging on it and still none. Thank God. No ghost. No woman. Not a single trace of whoever's inside. Confused, I glance back towards Rebecca and Isabella, only to see them mirroring the same expression on my face. The noise has finally stopped, but I'm quite sure it isn't my imagination. Or maybe it is, and I'm just too strung up that my head's now making things up. Whatever the case is, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. This only confirms we aren't safe anywhere. Without bothering to close it, I move back, ready to leave, and adrenaline now coursing through every vein of my body. In the next second, I'm barking orders, and...
We should go. You two, we need to...
Oh! I'm set sprawling on my back as something cold catches my ankle and yanks. Oh, there it is. I knew it was coming. There it is.
Yeah, get your fingers ready.
Oh, I'm not ready. Hold on, I'm not ready.
Well, that's the QTE music, isn't it?
The resulting fall knocks the wind out of me. I've already done a QTE on his route. Pain wrecks my whole spine on the back of my head as it collides against floor, with force enough to dislodge my own brain from my skull. A moment lasts before stars fade from my vision. And then
ain't done with it
I
yet.
sense it. Cold tendrils twisting around my ankles, the smell of vile rot assaulting my nose. Nauseating, sickening, a foul smell draining every feeling in my body. The moment her horrid laughter, still as unpleasant and vicious as the last time I've heard it, reaches my ears, my eyes snap open. What am I doing? Oh my God! Oh no! No! That's my worst nightmare! Perhaps it's just an experience. Or maybe it's my mind still attempting to comprehend this. Regardless, the minute my eyes land on her, the whole of my body freezes. The gun in my hand turns useless as my grip on it slackens. It's in the manner her gaze wars on me, I'll say. A look of utter hatred and malice. I've seen it loads of times. From suspects, mostly murderers, who never regretted their actions despite being caught. This is the face of someone you can no longer reason with. And I know the moment she laughs again and starts dragging me towards her, it's already going to be the—
Ashton! Snap out of it!
No, I can't die here. Not yet. The haze fades from my mind and instinct kicks in then.
Everyone out! Get out! Get out!
Then and there! Shoot her! With one powerful tug, I yank my foot out of her grip and scramble back to my feet, ignoring the piercing wail she fills the room with. Oh my God, thank God. Within the span of a second, I'm gunning for the door, grabbing the wrist of the first person my hand can reach and leading the two of them out. Get the frick out of there! Into the hallway, down the flight of steps, and right inside my car. I waste no time flooring on the gas pedal the second the last person closes the door behind them, and in a short while I'm driving us out of Salem Wall. I don't even entertain the thought of winding down just yet, even as the last of the woman's painful cries fade into the night. Damn. Okay, there's the locker. Okay. Ooh, we're on the 31st now.
Happy Halloween!
Hey yo, let's go. A dreary downpour starts off the Monday.
Dreary? Look at the sun shining.
I know! Well, it doesn't last for more than an hour. The dark clouds lift just after the sun peaks over the horizon. Brief as it is, the rain has significantly dampened the park's usually cheery vibe. Weeks like this often mark the start of another bad week. An arrest gone wrong, another investigation leading to a dead end, or some truly fucked up shit being called in. Like that one time I was dispatched to a scene where a guy gouged his own eyeball out and almost ate it. Ew! Was a few chews away from swallowing it, in fact. Lost my dinner that day.
Fun times.
How's that fun?
Of course, I don't doubt anything could top getting cursed by a damn chain letter of all things. This is the sort of stupid thing people pass along as a prank through emails and text messages for fuck's sake. A ghost chasing after you just puts the icing on that cake. So far, all I've done is run, snoop about, read stuff, and run again. It frustrates me to no end how we're still no close to an answer. Even my car reflects the state my mind is in. Photocopies of documents litter every available surface, scattered all over the place, spilling from the passenger side and into the back seat, making an entire mess of what little space there is. Not that I'm any better. My last shower was 24 hours ago. I haven't slept at all. My last meal was that chocolate porridge thing Isabella offered. The way I am now, I'll definitely get a scolding. I'm sure it's like a really popular, like, Filipinian, dish.
Filipino? Yeah, probably.
The way I am now, I'll definitely get a scolding. Rebecca will definitely give me an earful and tell me to take care of myself better. Say that I'm killing myself on the job. I can already hear Isabella complaining how dark the bags under my eyes are getting, and about how I reek and I need to shower pronto.
I can rest easy when this is all over.
It's not that I can't feel the pang of hunger. But that woman chasing after you, it's difficult not to feel anything other than horror. The rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins and my desperation to survive. In fact, I can still sense the ghost of her touch from last night. Her bony digits wound tightly around my ankle and that horrid smell she has on her as she pulls me closer. The memory is enough to send a shiver up my spine and make me antsy. Perhaps the only thing comforting about this is the sight of my gun nearby. From my dashboard, sunlight glints off of Ophelia's surface. I forgot he named the gun.
He named the car.
Oh, the car, yeah.
Gun.
He named everything! Normally oh yeah, it's Shirley, isn't it? The car.
Yeah, Shirley's the car, Ophelia's the gun.
Normally I keep it hidden in a compartment.
What's his jacket called?
I don't know. It's a nice jacket, though.
It is a nice jacket.
I
kind of want one.
Yeah, I wish. It's probably expensive, man. It looks expensive.
Well, I'm gonna look.
Looks, foreign police regulations only allows authorized people to carry firearms, and even those are limited. I do have that authorization, but I never ever really saw the need for its use when the standard issue tasers are more than good enough to incapacitate anyone. If not, I can always throw them on their bag. Those judo lessons Dad forced me to get as a kid has its uses, too. On a ghost, though, all of those will probably yield the same result. They're all useless. I might as well use a stick. However, it's the feeling of ease I'm after, or what little I can gather from it. The awareness that I, at least, have something to protect with, in case things go wrong. That I can still protect the people who are still depending on me, despite the missteps I've taken. Doesn't take the edge off, though. That feeling that your whole body has been strained far beyond its capacity. Frankly, I'm already running out of steam. The only thing pushing me through right now is knowing somebody's still depending on me. A stretch is still in order, though. I've been sitting here since last night. Soon I step out from my car, closing it behind me with a thud as I take in my surroundings. The rain did wonders. The morning air feels crisper and cooler than it has ever been in days. For once, the weather seems to be taking a turn for the normal. Luxborn normal. In the distance beyond the buildings lining the horizon, dark clouds are blowing in.
A storm might be due this evening, give or take.
A shame for the people looking forward to Halloween night. Just not sure whether this is something I can look forward to as well. We also had a storm on Halloween night last year, I remember. It was raining pretty bad.
That was not fun.
Still, I bask in the change it brings. Inhale. Exhale. Breathing in, taking in the peace as if it'll be my last. But as with all the good things, the quiet shortly comes to an end. Not necessarily a bad end. The chatter reaches my ears first, halting my movements. Sure enough, when I glance up, I find them, Rebecca and Isabella, just as they've entered the park grounds, bags of convenience store food in hand. After last night's flight from Salem, well, we've elected to stay the night here, unsure if our own homes will still be safe. Normally, we'd all be adverse to the idea of spending the night outside like this, but panic and distress has tainted that decision. Isn't it illegal to spend the night in a park, though? It's not like any of us...
In America, probably. God only knows what Brit does.
That's true. Any of us has gotten an ounce of sleep anyway. On the off chance one of us did, it only lasted but a second, or it's a fitful one. But looking at them right now from afar, it's easy to mistake them for just a group of friends on a day out. Isabella's gesturing wildly with her arms as she talks, something funny or amusing probably, because it's soon followed by Rebecca's giggles. Their voices fill the atmosphere with light air, temporarily easing off the disheartening mood. It's easy to pretend we're not knee-deep in a life and death situation the way they're acting now. Easy to forget one of us is being framed for a crime he likely didn't commit. If anything, it's only their appearance that betrays the mask. Slightly disheveled bags under their eyes and an exhausted curve in their shoulders and dragging footsteps. But the closer they get, the more obvious these signs are to the naked eye. Baka passes an energy drink my way the moment the distance allows it. Isabella hands me the other bag she's holding before seating herself on the edge of the fountain. The scent of warm food immediately wafts from the bag when I open it, carried further by a passing breeze. Whatever sweet sauce they drizzled over this pork wannabe, it smells heavenly. Hell, even the sorry-looking vegetables seem appetizing. Despite myself without even checking exactly what this is, a hunger swiftly takes over every rational thought. I dig in without waiting for them to start. Both of them appear to be of the same mind, too. Soon enough, they all start with theirs. Energy sheep. No casual talk while we fill our empty stomachs. Exhausted as we all are, food is something we can't forego. Starvation dulls the thinking, weakens the body. If we are to survive this, we're going to have to take care of ourselves first. It's one thing Zach will likely remind me if he's here. In a matter of minutes, we're done with dumping the empty cartons on a nearby waste bin. Along with it is the shift in the mood. Back to dismal. Back to the problem at hand. Comfortable atmosphere from moments ago was nice while it lasted. Admittedly, I've missed these kinds of moments between us. We never had the chance, always busy on some project or work, the thing we've taken for granted. Now we're realizing how valuable they are. With one of us gone, stuck in a jail cell, the world has an awful sense of humor. While the one we've just had is short-lived, it's another thing I want to look forward to if we ever free ourselves from this damn curse. I'd like to believe there's a way. For now, we have to focus back on the present, this. Dead people. The letter. The curse. It's not simple to bring these up, but necessary.
What now? Where do we go from here?
It's not a question directed at anyone in particular, but they all look to me as if my face has all the answers in the world. I used to think so, back when I was at the top of my game and I'm still sure of everything. Now there's just uncertainties sullying whatever decision I come up with. At some point, logic has simply stopped working here and we've started grasping at straws. Along with exhaustion, fatigue, and stress, we have enough kindling to get a fire burning. The not-so-pleasant kind of fire.
Well, first, we can't just stay here. That much is obvious.
But we can't just keep running like this either, Baka. Sooner or later, she'll
find us.
As if we have a choice. We can't even go back to our own homes because that thing might get us. No, we're safe. But dying is the last thing I want to do right now, Isabella. Not to a stupid chain letter you were too gullible to pick up, bring with you, and show to everyone.
I didn't do it on purpose. Baka, had I known, I wouldn't have.
You two. Now's not really the time to be shouting at each other. I'm already getting a headache, so if you guys could calm down, that'd be really great.
Well, isn't that rich coming from you? Whose side are you on, Ash?
Ouch. Okay, this is getting a little much right now, guys.
Why does anyone have to pick a side? You're a rational person, Baka. You know we can't just say it's her fault. She did warn us not to open it, and
That doesn't exempt her from any blame. She's still largely responsible for it.
And you're not?
I didn't say that! Do you really think I don't blame myself for this as well?
I tried to warn all of you. None of you listened. Now you're blaming me for something I kept telling you guys since day one? You're just as responsible for this as I am.
So now, you're throwing it back at us. We wouldn't even be having this problem if you're—
Cut this out, okay? This isn't the time to have some dumb argument.
If you don't want to get caught in it, then stay out of this, Ash.
Oh no, Ash. Don't stop her. Let her say it. I'm sure she has plenty more to say.
Damn, cat fight!
If I didn't know any better, she's already.
Already what? You want me to say it? Out loud? That I find you in this whole thing?
All right, that's enough! Both of you, stop this!
They both faltered to silence at my words, and an awkward, stifling mood descends between the three of us. I do not mean to shout, snap at them to add to that kindling, not in a moment when anytime, anywhere she might get to one of us. We're all in the same boat, yet here we are playing the blame game. Little by little, we're falling apart, caving into the pressure, to the bleak situation we're trapped in. Did that ghost mean for this to happen? To divide each of us so she could pick us off one by one right after? Who knows? Anything's possible now if her kind can exist. With the fire burning between us rising as high as it does now, I'm afraid, deathly afraid, that the possibility might come sooner than I could figure all of this out. Fuck, I still can't think straight. I still can't believe the words coming out of my own mouth. That out of everyone, I have to be the one saying this to them. This is more their forte than mine, keeping the peace, placating everyone, while I unintentionally aggravate people with my badly chosen words. Funny how fast the tables have been turned after just one unfortunate incident. How am I even supposed to cope?
If we all want to get out of this mess in one piece, we're gonna have to cool our heads first.
Yeah. Please. Whew, that was a lot.
A little spicy.
Whew. Okay. Oh, this was after. Wait. So this would have been the morning of?
Well, didn't he wake up like in the middle of the night or something?
Yeah, so it was probably like early morning or something on this day. So this had already happened before this scene happened. For my own temper flares, I walk away and slide back into my car. The door slams with more force than needed. I'd like to blame it on the pent-up anger boiling up in me. I'm not even sure what or who I am angry at. The ghost at them, or maybe at myself for being this useless? Because despite none of them saying it, I know, goddammit. They're still counting on me. In spite of my failures or every harsh word I've uttered, or how unbearable I can be as a friend. It's there when the tension after the argument finally breaks, and one by one they follow me and get in the car. It's in concerned glances they shoot my way when I start the engine without a word and drive off. It's in their silence, a heavy gift, their unwavering trust. Yet, it's one I'm more than willing to carry, even through my own exhaustion, if only to keep them safe. In the city of 68,000 strangers, they're the only ones I have left. Though in all seriousness, a good rest is still our best bet for now. Thinking with an exhausted brain is almost as good as running around in circles. We might as well just throw ourselves at the ghost and be done with this. The local Irish pub may not be the best place to hang around when one hasn't slept a wink or you're stressed. More often than not, it's loud. Sometimes the music played by drunkards grates the ears and the whole place smells like piss on a bad day. Does piss ever on a good day? Does piss ever smell good on a good day?
Not at all.
I mean, I work with a lot of dogs who pee a lot, so I can vouch that I don't think I've ever smelled good pee. All in all, it's very...
Hope you haven't had to smell human piss at your job.
I mean, not like smell it, but all in all, it's very definition of the last place I'll hang around after a wakeful night, but it's safe. Or as safe as it can be with G's security watching the place, making it easy to find help in case you find yourself in a tight spot. The place being owned by a person I've implicitly placed my trust on provides some semblance of comfort, too. Gregor, bartender G, or just G to his regular patrons, might be rough around the edges. Sometimes a bit too gruff for a man serving drinks behind the counter, but he belongs to the good folk of this city. Is this the same bar that him and Marianne went to?
Yep.
Because we might see Marianne, possibly.
She's in the cellar.
Well, no. Isn't this, after that scene?
She's stuck in the cellar under the house.
Didn't she get out, though?
No.
Isn't there a possibility that she could have gotten out?
No. When we left off, she was looking at the camera, and the ghost of what's-her-face was staring at her through the bars of the cage she got locked in. There's still another scene
here, I guess, with, Luke, I suppose. But she could have gotten out, you don't know.
Not from how it cut off.
But it's technically possible. Okay. I'm holding on to the blind hope that it might happen.
Well, I hate to knock that blind hope out of you, but...
If there's anyone in this place I can rely on to look after people important to me, it's probably him. He means well, surprisingly despite his surly demeanor, cares to some extent for people he likely only sees once or twice a week or on a bad day. Not the best job in the world in my opinion, but that's exactly it, isn't it? In wine there is truth. Alcohol in this case. Loosens the tongue, forces one to let his or her guard down, whatever inhibitions anyone has, it all flies straight out the window after a few glasses. It has made him observant, too. Always has one or two things to say about someone or something. Most of the time it's me. Opinionated ass. God knows how many times I've asked for his help when I'm met with a dead end in a case or I'm in trouble. This time's no different. As expected, the moment we show up, he's kind enough to offer us a room at the back of his shop. Single look at my face, I don't even need to say anything, and the next thing we know, he's leading us in. No questions asked. Maybe it's also for this reason why I find myself drifting towards his station hours later after having gotten that much-needed shut-eye. Newly washed drinking glasses and tumblers line the counter service when I enter the room. Behind the bar, G's busy wiping each of them clean, likely preparing it for tonight's use. Briefly, he glances up at me once I claim one of the empty stools and grab a rocks glass sitting closest to my elbow. Turning it absentmindedly in my palm just to keep my hands occupied while my brain's busy, still trying to make sense of everything. Even at a dead hour, with only a few patrons milling about, this place still smells strongly of liquor. Honestly, I've never grown fond of it. Regardless of how many times I've made a trip or sat at here on the same spot just talking with the old man, I've never been fond of drinking in the first place. Yet oddly, it's the nasty odor of a brewery that helps clear the mind this time, along with the lack of the establishment's usual hubbub and the occasional clinking of glasses. Even more bizarre is that, through my lack of words, G doesn't say anything. Although it's clear from the way his mouth is curved up in a tight frown that he has questions, a bucket load of it. He wisely keeps it shut. Instead, he simply focuses back on his work, rinse, wipe, stash away, repeat, going through the motions with such familiarity, it's almost a trance. Watching his precise movements quietly like this, with these thoughts swimming inside my head, it's easy to lose track of everything around me. One solid lead on this, one possible way to sort this out, but will it work? Especially if my assumption's correct in that the reason Zach was there yesterday morning was because of the curse. Something must have happened there for him to see the need to look into it and break inside that place. What if the couple has fallen victim to the curse? It doesn't fall outside the realm of possibility. I've been so biased not even thinking that they might be in danger as well. But during the open house with Isabella, they might have seen the letter and... Fuck.
Stupid, stupid, stupid. Some fucking detective I am.
That's likely the moment when Cooper's solid. The logic holds, I need to hurry there right away, and if there are answers anywhere, it would be there. It should be there, where all this fucking mess started. It's not only my life on the line here. There are others. What happened to us? I won't wish on anyone else, no matter how much I loathe them, or how complicated all of this has suddenly become. The letter, that woman, the mansion, and now there are the voices lacing venom inside every crevice in my head. Murmurs that jeer or scoff and deride whenever an opportunity presents itself.
Because you didn't listen.
Ooh.
It's all your fault.
It's Becca, Zach.
Why won't you believe me?
Isabella. Reminder of what I failed to do and of who I failed. At some point they all began to blur together, twining and coiling, every horrid image and memory of her seeking the forefront of my mind. No matter how much I refuse to remember the fear I've felt then, to push it back as far as I can, the visions come to me like a deluge. Before I know it, before I can drown, another voice pulls me out of it.
You doing good there, boy?
His hand on my shoulders, gripping it tightly and giving me a light shake. There's relief in his face when I finally look up at him, although his frown appears more distinct than the concern in his eyes. He looks just like the chief. It's deeper now, marred with worry and agitation.
I love the mustache on this
Yeah.
video.
He does let go when I offer him a small nod, but the furrow between his eyebrows never leaves his face. He always has a knack for reading people, after all, even someone who could be as closed off or distant like me. And all the time I've spent in the force, there's only one other person who's as keen as this old guy, the chief. Funny and weird to some degree. I've pointed out to him so many times before how much they look alike, only for the observation to be brushed off with a vehement tone. They're probably like twins.
I'm about to say, I wonder if they're twins.
I never brought it up again after the third time out of respect for the guy. Whatever it is, it's clear it's something he doesn't want to talk about. Why push, right? However, during times like this, it's impossible for the thought not to come up. He even has the glare down pat. Under this wordless scrutiny, I feel like a damn rookie again.
You're looking a bit green. Sure you got plenty of rest back there?
His voice actor is the same.
No. Do you know what would be even funnier?
You were only out for an hour or two. Wouldn't hurt to try and get some sleep. I'll
If
keep
that
an eye out.
was the chief and he just like shaved his beard and just put the mustache on.
That's so much work, though.
No need. Don't worry about me.
Unless he has like a fake beard that he wears in the day.
I won't be able to get some sleep anyway.
Not with her face still a clear picture in my head, no.
I heard that from you before. Not buying it. What's the story this time? This as bad as that case with the guy who ate his own eyeball.
Ooh.
I wish it were. Jesus, stop reminding me. I hated that case. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you get a kick out of telling people about it.
It's useful, you know, for blokes who don't know their limits. Sends them right out the door after I start with a description. Or was it the part when the poor schmuck gouged his eyes out? Nasty, awful, icky stuff, and it gets the job done. Like I said, useful. Don't even need to call security these days if I want to kick someone out. Anyway, pretty sure that pales in comparison to whatever this is now. I haven't seen you this stressed out since I closed that case. The one from 10 years ago with your professor friend?
Abigail and her team weren't able to solve that one, G. No one has been able to. It just went cold.
Same difference. But what do I know, eh? I just serve drinks, listen to people's problems and their whining, then make sure they get home safe afterwards. Thing is, I'm also not blind, kiddo. And you can bet your ass I can tell when a person's about to fall apart.
What? Is this some form of therapy from you? Are you going to offer me free drinks now?
Really, I can use some right now. Something to numb the senses. But when has that helped anyone?
Helps for a few hours.
In your dreams, kid. Last time someone gave you the art stuff, your photographer friend had to haul you out of this place almost half naked.
Excuse me, my goodness.
What did he drink?
What half was it?
Hey, I can handle my liquor when I put my mind to it.
Not from what I've seen, nope. Besides, you usually avoid drinking. Either way, it's out of the equation. And when booze no longer counts, we just talk. So, talk. It's not like anyone within earshot will care. That chap over there only wants his cricket matches.
I doubt you believe it, G.
I've heard worse stuff. Try me.
You know that mansion down at Anslum?
Yeah, who doesn't? You live in this town long enough, it's impossible not to hear a thing or two about it. Bloody locals.
Well, my friend found a primitive version of a chain letter in there. Now that we've seen it, we're cursed.
A beat passes. For a long moment, G stands there unmoving. His hand stops short of placing the glass he's been wiping prior back to a rack on his left. All while he stares at me with eyes that are nothing short of scrutinizing. He probably assumes I'm joking. Who wouldn't? Not a week ago, I've been put in the same position. Even now, in spite of the things I've seen and heard, it simply won't sink in. Or maybe this is just desperation creeping in? The idea that I may not have been able to find a way out of this? Whatever the case is, for people who hasn't experienced what I'm going through, this will merely sound like an awful Halloween prank.
It's not a prank.
This must have been what Isabella felt the whole time we made fun of her that day.
This isn't a prank! I saw something!
Now it's too late. We're stuck in a never-ending nightmare where the only way out might be death. Like I've expected, G's reaction to it, an amused laughter. It booms throughout the whole pub after a long bout of silence, like I've just told him a particularly funny joke.
Okay. Good one, kid. You don't want to spill. No one's forcing you. Seriously, though. Good one.
I mean, 11 parts in, and we're being laughed at. Although I want to be angry with him, I can't find it in myself. Can't even muster the energy for a scowl or a glare. He's mocking our pain! Nothing but a taste of my own medicine to temper the annoyance bubbling in me, I suppose. In the end, echoing her words is the best I can do.
It's not a joke.
Yeah, alright, good luck with that. You're on your own. Here I thought you didn't have an ounce of humor in that body. Guess I'm wrong.
He shakes his head, lets out another chuckle before returning to his task. By now, almost half of the glasses have been put away. The only ones remaining are the smaller kind used for shots and stemmed ones for cocktails. Despite being busy with his task, his amusement does not entirely disappear from his face. He keeps talking as if I'm simply another customer he entertains with his stories. Well, we both know it's more than that. It's the wistful expression on him says everything.
Man, can't believe you're the same rookie who walked in here almost a decade ago. Too smart for his own good, that boy. He's always been 2 steps ahead of things. Now he's here, sulking.
I must have screwed up somewhere then.
I must have screwed up a lot. For things to suddenly shift like this, for me to become a mere shadow of the person I used to be.
Nah, I don't think so. This one, screwed up? Not by a mile. It's too early to say. You've still got several years ahead of you, Holmes. Take it easy. But some things change, eh? It has been years, and you were a kid back then. You know, the sort that's a bit unsure, making all the horrible decisions in life he'd eventually be embarrassed to talk about.
You never stopped calling me kid, though.
Well, you still are. It's just that this time, you're sure of who that badge and gun is for. What was it you police types usually say? To protect and serve, yeah?
Significant pause follows at his heels from both of us as he allows its meaning to sink in and spur something in me, stirring a feeling both heavy and forceful, but not completely unwelcome. Familiar. Though before I can even clarify what he's trying to imply or gather my thoughts on the matter, G turns away to begin his work on the silverwares. He'll need those too once more of his patrons come in for lunch. Slow and easy. Sharp contrast with the stained air we've been warding through these past weeks. A fleeting moment, but one I allow myself to relish, if only because of its absence lately. The way things are now, this is almost a gift. So when it all ends with the sound of my phone ringing, a sigh is all that leaves me. Placed the damn thing on low volume last night, but it does nothing to keep it quiet. I don't even know if I want to answer it right now. It has brought me nothing but one bad news after another. Thinking back about it only makes me want to chuck it into the closest trash bin I can find. Not that it'll help things, of course. Another exhale slips past my list before I pull it out, quickly swiping over the screen without checking the caller ID. See which unknown this is. After all, the ones who worry or fret over how awful I might sound right now are here with me. My parents never call around this hour, so chances are it's probably just the Chief or Abigail. There's Zach, but he's in a position where contacting me is impossible, placed in jail by some scumbag from a crime he likely didn't commit. No use pretending what I'm not no use pretending what I'm not when it's anything but.
Inspector Frey speaking.
Good morning, sir. Sorry to bother you this early.
It's the same guy.
What is this about?
It's about your friend, you know? The guy I called you about yesterday, the one they got in the night before. Zachary Steele.
His hesitant note does nothing to diminish the lump that has suddenly lodged itself at the base of my throat. What are the chances? What are the chances that something went wrong while I'm not looking? While I'm out here brooding, of all things?
How is he? Is he doing okay?
We killed him.
We actually have a problem, Detective Inspector.
Hasty assumptions aren't usually a usual fare in my book. That shouldn't change right now. The precinct is secure. It's supposed to be. They have guards manning the station 24/7. If anything happens, all Zach has to do is shout and someone will be there for him. Even if it's a phantom going after him, he should be safe there. He should have been. Yet none of these reassurances will allay my suspicions. And whatever little thread of hope I'm hanging onto frays slowly as each second of silence passes by. An expectation so weak faint, I might as well just let it go and prepare myself for the worst. It's a feeble attempt at optimism I will never get used to. This is out of my depth. This isn't my forte. Zach's, maybe. Rebecca's, too. Never mind. Hell, this is the kind of mood Isabella has always unknowingly brought with her. What her eyes often conveyed, what I've found myself searching for in her, whenever I look to them. But no matter how much times I repeat any words of comforting or calming images inside my head, the hollow chill at the base of my stomach refuses to ease. Even my voice shakes when I urge Officer Rents to speak again, weak and unsteady. The only thing keeping me from stumbling when I abruptly stand is the counter-solid support beside me, the flat of my hand bracing against it for leverage.
Officer Rents, right? What happened? You're supposed to keep an eye on him, yeah? It's protocol.
Your friend, sir, he's...
We killed him.
I think it'd be better if you just saw it yourself, sir. This isn't something you should be hearing over the phone.
Oh, maybe he's not dead.
Chief Inspector Lee wants you to report in as well. It's about the case Luke Wright filed yesterday, and...
The rest never registers. Rather, my brain refuses to acknowledge any of it. Not even the possibility that this might just be a terrible joke. All I can think of is the suffocating dread and the piercing noise, white and deafening, ringing in my ears despite the bar's morning hush. There is only Zach, only the whole expanse of Luxborn separating me from the only person I still believe safe from this whole fucked up situation we found ourselves in. Along with the voices, vile ones, whispers that taunt, jeer, mock. Each fake utterance growing restless as I make my way out of the bar without another word to G, and I slide back into my car. Driving off with my body on autopilot, mind in a daze and afraid. Utterly afraid that this time I have permanently lost someone in my life. The whole precinct is in an uproar.
I hope I'm ready.
Oh no. Officers move in and out. I'm not checking the journal just in case it's a spoiler.
Do not.
Officers move in and out from the main work hall with rapid steps. Phones blare loudly from the comms room and calls are being made from the dispatch area. The rest who have been left standing watch the whole commotion with a nervous energy. From further back, the chief's voice booms above the uproar. I'm not even shocked. Did he bring the 2 girls with him or just left them at the bar?
No, I think he left them at the bar sleeping.
Oh, damn. He may appear like the bumbling fool on first glance, but he has kept the city safe for years. For something to happen in his jurisdiction, it's in his own precinct, right under his nose. He has the right to be royally pissed.
What do you mean you don't know? Don't give me that shite, Sergeant! How can one person slip past you?
Is he gone? Or are they talking about the person that may have...
You can't even keep an eye on one man!
I don't know.
His statement gives me pause. Am I wrong? Did Zach escape somehow? I'm not condoning it, neither do I believe Zach's capable of doing, let alone thinking of it, but if it's what happened, I'll be equally as cross as the chief. This won't help his case. This will only complicate things with Wright and put both of us in a tight spot. I won't be able to help him once red tape prevents me from doing so. Yet a hint of relief still watches over me as I walk closer to my boss, mentally preparing myself for whatever reprimand he's about to dish out.
What's happening, Chief?
Except he merely glances at me with an inscrutable expression. Although if I'm going to read deeper into it, I'll say it's the closest expression he can get to shooting me a pitying look. For the first time in my years in the force, I find myself wishing to hear a reprimand from him. Whatever that stare means, it can't be good. Coupled with the officer's Ren's tone this morning, it does nothing to calm the uneasy feeling in me. Fuck, boss even seems relieved to see me. After the last few exchanges we've had these past 2 weeks, you'll think the man doesn't want to see me right now.
About time you got in here.
I got caught up in something. Sorry, Chief. What's going on? Is there a problem with Zach?
He hesitates for a second before his frown eases with a long, drawn-out exhale.
I'm not sure if you can call this a problem, Frey, but I'll let you be the judge of that. Follow me. And you, I want your full report about this by the end of the day. It better be good or you are kissing that badge goodbye.
The officer he's addressing, the sergeant, a man in his late 20s to 30s who transferred here last year, shrinks back in his chair. I don't quite remember his name. I've only seen him quite a number of times since I'm out of this precinct. But if my memory serves me right, he's the guy currently assigned a late-night shift, at least until this month ends. Depending on how bad this is, he'll either be given a verbal warning, a suspension, or a dismissal. It's not a position I envy him for being in right now. Though there's really not much time left to feel sorry for him either. As soon as Chief's done roasting the other officers behind the guy, he gestures for me to follow. Straight towards the precinct's holding spells. And it's if a switch has been turned off. The moment he steps away from the small crowd, the entire main lobby goes silent. For one reason or another, it feels like everybody's simply waiting for the metaphorical hammer to fall. Even their stares before we turn to an adjacent hallway exude the same pitying vibe as the Chief's. all of which I might have easily ignored the other day. People here can be a bunch of gossip mongers. It's only the significant glance Chief throws my way before pushing the door open that stops me. Not only that, not that there's even a need to mull it over, because the moment he swings it open, it strikes me. Oh no.
Oh man.
There's blood. A sharp, dry, metallic scent. I've already grown familiar to it over the years. It's another one of those things you'll have to get used to once they start handing you the homicide cases. No, we did it. Now just a whiff of it tells enough for me to gauge the severity of the situation. This isn't the festering smell you get when someone in the room has a flesh wound. It lingers far too much in the air, hangs far too heavily even where I stand. No, this is what you get when someone has spilled blood all over the room. This is what you get when there's a large pool of it. This is what you get when no one bothers to clean up for a few hours because forensic work isn't done yet. This is what you get when there's most certainly a dead body somewhere. I don't want to think of the who yet. There are simply too many possibilities, too many variables unaccounted for here to form a single conclusion. However, when the Chief of Luxmore Police refuses to provide answers, a chill easily fills every nerve in my body. Almost in a trance, I follow after him without asking anything or saying another word. For the first time in years, I feel like a damn rookie again. Fresh out of training, newly instated, and still on my first homicide case, except I didn't balk at the idea of seeing a dead body then. Now, as light flashes fleetingly from far into the hall while CSI documents the scene and the forensics team gather evidence, the only thing my instincts tell me is to run, as far from here as possible, as if I don't have the 10 years of detective work under my belt. It echoes inside my head like a mantra.
Because you did this. It's all your fault. Why won't you believe me?
Over and over and over, rising and ebbing, a tidal wave of thoughts and murmurs surging and crashing against my ear. More deafening than the drum of my heart beats in shallow gasps. Churning and heaving till the cell finally comes into view and I am afforded a clearer look of what's inside. Oh, we killed him. I knew I killed him! The whole world stands still. In one single moment, every noise, every smell, every person in the room all ceases to matter. The second my eyes land on his prone form, there's only red, 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 red. Blood everywhere, on the floor where a copious amount of it has pooled, on the walls, smeared on every crack and tile his hands can reach. On his face and shoulders, dripping from every gash and tear, flowing from the hollow gap where his eyes should have been.
A custodial officer found him when they brought him breakfast. It was too late. He was already dead by that time. Some 3 to 4 hours, according to the blokes from forensics.
There had to have been a struggle based alone on the smear pattern left on the bars and floor, but only so much that the small cell will allow him. I can already imagine how it went down. He was likely left with no other choice, cornered like an animal at the mercy of his killer. In this cell there would have been no escape. The only thing he would have been able to do was shout for help. Perhaps the same plea written on the floor closest to him. Help me, help me, help me. Help that he didn't even get. Meh. I knew it. And it calls for a whole lot of question. Not the hows, logic has already flown out the window from the start. She has the means to get to us, get to all of us, bars and walls notwithstanding. The whys, though.
No one heard him? Not even one from the guys on duty last night?
Because Zach's not an idiot. He would have asked for help. He would have yelled.
Oh, one of them did. But thought nothing of it.
Then why didn't they do anything? He's just a room away!
They must have assumed your friend's just asking for attention. Henry wasn't clear on the details when I questioned him about it. You've been serving in this precinct for more than a decade, though. You should be aware by now how rowdy the folks we detain here can become. But that's not the only problem we have here. Someone got in and out of this place without anyone noticing. Even the surveillance footage is a bust. Tech's going over it now, but I don't think we'll get anything from it. The media will have a field day when they learn of this fray. Keep it mum for now. I'll let you know because he's your... well, you deserve to know. The poor bloke's your friend, after all. I just don't want the commissioner hearing of this before I can tell him anything. Or at least, until we've figured out how the butcher got in.
You think this is an inside job?
What else can it be? It's either that, or we have a damn good criminal mastermind walking this city.
Or a ghost. Really, I want to say something. I want to tell him that this isn't what he's thinking. For all this time, the Anslem Butcher never existed. This is a curse the people of this city have been laughing up for centuries. The way things are going, we'll simply find ourselves at a dead end. Chances are they'll just have to find an innocent chap to blame for everything, like what Wright did to Zach. Scapegoat for things they can't explain. But how am I supposed to tell anyone, let alone get them to believe my words? I'll sound like an idiot. They'll likely brush me off the same way I've done with Isabella's warnings. In the end, clenching my fists in my sides and gritting my teeth is all I'm able to do. Zach's lifeless face stares back at me, and accusations in them sharp and searing. An expression that etches itself deep within my mind once the first officer waves us both out of the room. Another ghastly image I will never be able to forget. Another memory that will probably haunt me until my last dying breath. Another regret.
Man.
God damn it. That's what I get for being a brave boy. I get death.
Always tuck your tail between your legs and run the other direction. Never again.
Jesus. Chief unless we're Luke. We want Luke to die.
Oh, every opportunity.
Chief dismisses me barely an hour late, sending me off with nothing but a light pat and another sorry expression. I'm not entirely sure if that's supposed to be reassuring. There's plenty more to do. A lot of people to call and tell, and all of that falls on me. No matter how awful the news I bring will be, it'll be better if this comes from a person his family and friends know. Still, my body refuses any notion of movement. The thought of telling Rebecca and Isabella about this, it will both upset them. I don't even want to imagine what his grandparents will say. Oh, there's the phone call, okay.
I don't like that face on Rance.
I don't either! I don't even want to imagine what his grandparents will say. They're good, kind, warm-hearted people who has given me another family even without me asking for it. They welcomed me, invited me every time, easily reminding me of what having a whole home feels like. I thought I've already forgotten it. Zach's older sister will definitely show up in my apartment, though, ring my doorbell and punch me as soon as I open the door, just like the last time. She's right. I'm the kind of person who brings nothing but trouble. She's known all along that Zach should have stopped hanging out with me, warned him several times. Zach has often laughed her concerns off. I used to think it's because he enjoys the friendships as much as I do, despite a huge part of it going unspoken between us throughout the years. Now he's dead. I thought I had more time. Thought he'd be safe. I acted too late. And in the deafening silence of my car, the only thing I am able to do is close my eyes, rest my forehead against the cold surface of the steering wheel, and scream. Scream until my throat bleeds raw. Scream until my lungs burn. Scream until all that remains are the guilt and the tears. Damn. Aww. The sun hangs lower when I drive to the pub and drag myself inside, still too unsure how to break the news. Around this time, the patrons usually start to trickle into the main lounge until it reaches a peak around midnight. Today, however, it remains thin. But considering what day it isn't too worrisome for the kind of business G runs. He has always complained about the lack of decent crowd on a week start, although he really doesn't begrudge his customers for it. No one wants to start the week with a bad case of a hangover, after all, even him. Which makes the concerned look he gives me come off a bit too odd. The kind of danger we're in and what happened with Zach, this swiftly puts me on the edge, even before I can fully process and analyze the scene in front of me.
Something wrong, G?
G hums, but there's an undertone of annoyance in it despite his casual and open movements. Only after he finishes wiping a tumbler and carefully settles it face down on the table does he give me an answer. The way he stares back at me honestly makes me squirm. Feels like I'm being stared down by my primary school teacher for sleeping in class again.
Nothing much. Monday's still a slow day for this place. But you might want to check on your friends, kid. Looks like one of them woke up on the wrong side of the bed while you were out.
Rebecca, probably. Another question forms in my head along with a small, confused frown. But before a single syllable slips past my mouth, Rebecca's irate voice rings out from some part of the main lounge. From the sound of it appears, woke up on the wrong side of the bed is a complete understatement.
Alone? You know we can't just go in there. Why did you think Ash stopped me yesterday?
But we don't have any other choice, Becca! There's really no other way. We have to go there. If you'll just...
Isabella, no.
That doesn't sound too comforting. I'm assuming they're talking about the mansion. Once Rebecca assumes that kind of tone in an argument with Isabella, it usually ends with one of them walking out or both giving each other the silent treatment. It lasts for about a week, at most if it's really bad, which really isn't what we need right now. I hope the bad blood from this morning will simply blow over after all of us has gotten a decent rest. Turns out sleep isn't just what some of us need. Even G appears to understand it. In spite of his efforts to look as unconcerned as possible, there's a tense set on his shoulders. A nervous edge lingers in his eyes, as it occasionally flickers over where Rebecca and Isabella's voices are coming from. He doesn't want to deal with this, especially at the start of another busy week. Neither do I. Things have worked out well between them before without Zach or I meddling. But the imploring gaze G directs at me leaves me with no other choice. It almost feels like he's guilting me into doing something about it. I hate that it's working.
You know how I run this pub, kid. No fist fights, no cat fights, only good booze, bad puns, and off-key singing. Go fix it before it blows up in your faces. I'd hate to throw two girls out of this place over a petty argument.
It's probably not as petty if Rebecca's already shouting like that, but I give him a nod nevertheless.
Sorry about this, G.
He hums something under his breath for an answer and waves me off, turning away and returning to his work without another word. Even with the lack of a sizable crowd, he likes to keep busy. We're the same in that regard. Can't remain still, always has to stay moving, doing something, thinking, whatever keeps the brain at work. I leave him to it shortly after. Rebecca's voice rings out once again, followed by Isabella's. A part of me wants to thank him for all the trouble he has taken for people he barely even know. Once this is over, I should probably find some way. In the meantime, I have this immediate problem to fix. Gotta get this up before it turns into a shitstorm both of them will regret. And I know both of them will. For all of Isabella's complaints about Rebecca's bossy attitude, or how annoying Rebecca sometimes finds the other's childlike demeanor, it's a friendship they both cherish in their own way. Rebecca's already on her feet when I spot them in an almost deserted area at the pub. I'm willing to bet my entire life savings that people are staying away only because of the brewing storm. Rebecca can have quite the mood when she's crossed. I can't speak for Isabella, I rarely ever see her seething, but from what I've seen yesterday, I don't think I ever want to be at the messy end of it. The way she's glaring up at the redhead from her seat, regardless of how much the other woman towers over her right now, already says everything. Empty plates have been left neatly piled on the corner of the table they occupy, a conversation that turns sour sometime after a late lunch then. Good thing they're already done and nothing's left to be spilled. Because the next moment, before I can approach and intervene, Rebecca slams her palm on the table, sends the silverware clinking sharply against the surface. Isabella flinches momentarily, we both do, though she shows no indication of surrendering in the face of Rebecca's temper. Everything escalates from there.
You've already gotten us in enough trouble because of this letter ghost everything.
You're blaming me again!
And you can't expect everyone to fix your mess.
You keep on putting the blame on me, but you're the one who didn't listen. All of you! If you just listened in the first place, maybe this wouldn't have happened. But you're too busy acting like you know what's best for everyone, when in fact you're the one who's being selfish.
I'm the one who's selfish, yet you're still going to do what you want anyway, even if the people around you are already beside themselves with worry. This is how you've always acted since we met, and I'm tired of it. Sometimes I wish you never even came here, because all you've given us is a headache.
How dare you?
You know why I had to come here. My dad.
Your dad has nothing to do with this. It has always been you and your whiny, careless self that has always been the problem.
Maybe I should have stepped in earlier. Maybe I should have said something the moment Rebecca had slammed the flat of her hand on the table or the second I've entered the area. Either way, it's too late to act. Harsh words have already been hurled between the two. Words more cutting than any blade, each and every one of it digging a wound too deep in the person they've been aimed at. For a long time, Isabella sits there in silence while Rebecca stands unmoving, arms crossed and breathing heavy. Despite the lack of words between them, they're both vibrating with anger, refusing to meet the other's eyes. Ever so slowly, the atmosphere in the room turns thick and smothering. A strained air no one in the immediate vicinity, including me, dares to break, until the one's at its center does so. Rebecca definitely won't. At some point in our friendship, she has grown to become a woman firm with her opinions. She's never going to back down from this. Not when she knows she has a point. Isabella, on the other hand, there has always been a certain stubbornness in her. As frustrating as it is to see sometimes, it's what has gotten her through life's hardships. Perhaps even the only thing that has. When you have nothing else, people tend to cling on to what they have within themselves instead. But she also knows when to withdraw, when a struggle turns useless, a kind of awareness almost second nature to her. When enough is enough, Isabella abruptly stands and marches towards the exit, in fast, rigid steps away from the hurt and painful words they've left fly earlier. She bumps into me in her haste, the impact nearly knocking her off her feet. Instant kicks into the must moment I reach out for her, grabbing her arm in a steadying grip. Surprise flits across her face, an expression mirrored by Rebecca behind her. Neither of them have noticed me. Oh, shit! Now we gotta choose between them? That's not fair! Damn. I don't agree with either of them. Like, they both have points, but like... Why is there not a third option?
We gotta pick.
I mean, like, according to the bar here, we're both, like, at the same level with both of them. But this is the good bar, I guess? And Rebecca's is lower, closer to that than Isabella's is.
Yeah, but we don't know how much of the bar it's gonna chop off.
Right. But we could try to get Isabella's all the way up and see what happens, too, you know?
I mean, I kind of agree with Isabella more. Personally.
I'm thinking, like, yeah, I agree with her more on this, but I do think Rebecca also kind of has a point. But I think... Damn! I hate it. Okay. But I think, personally, I do agree with Isabella more.
I mean, if you think about it, when this whole game fucking started, Isabella kind of only had like 2 seconds by the time she picked up the letter. The ghost chasing her out of said room and knocking her down a set of stairs.
She didn't really have a choice, yeah. And she was trying not to get them all hurt, but...
And it spiraled out of control. People kept grabbing it and looking at it without even her having an option to take it away from them.
Yeah. I'm gonna agree with her. Oh god, that's bad. That went way far down. Holy shit. Rather than answer, once her shock subsides, she merely averts her gaze and hastily wipes the tears off her cheeks, like she only noticed them in that moment. And without another word or even meeting my eyes again, she gently brushes away my hand and runs off, leaving an awkward hush in her wake. Rebecca soon slumps on the chair, but Isabella has just left, gingerly reaching up to press the bridge of her nose and breathing out a ragged exhale. I'm sure we'll have another choice to make that bar go up again.
I hope.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're also probably close to the end of his chapter, too, but... Arguments like this have always drained both her patience and energy, usually more than her rowdy students do, despite being no stranger to it. It's no excuse for her to say those things, though, and my disapproval must be clear enough on my face. When she finally glances back at me, her exhaustion immediately shifts back to annoyance, her mouth curving down to a tight frown. I cross my arm in response, waiting, a reaction verging on instinctive to the face of her irritation. Regardless of my opinions about this, I don't say anything yet, not until she's the one willing to talk. Another minute passes while we stare each other down, but eventually she breathes out again and relaxes her rigid posture.
What do you want, Ash? If you have something to say, just tell me, or I'm going back upstairs.
Did you really have to say it like that?
Well, how do you want me to answer her? Do you want me to just let her go there and do what she wants? I know you won't be too happy if I did that.
That's a low blow, Rebecca. Even for you. We all know she wasn't even planning on staying here this long. There was no need to bring it up if all you wanted to do is stop her.
Did you even see how she's acting? She's not a child anymore. Even my students can do better.
Becca, she'll listen if you'll just ask her properly. I know you mean well and you do have a point, but please be a little more thoughtful next time.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
Go think about it for a while.
By some miracle, the whole discussion ends right there. Becca elects to stay silent, or at least it's how it seems when a minute or two passes and she says nothing. A rare occurrence when she almost always has something on her mind. Only an uneasy atmosphere hangs in the air when I finally decide to remove myself from the room. She doesn't stop me. Says something and explicitly flickers momentarily in her eyes, one that quickly disappears until only a vague notion of it remains in memory. But in that one exchange, I've caught a short, clear glimpse of what has shifted, or of what's inevitable. So much has changed throughout the years. We will never be the same person we once were. If it's for the better, we've yet to know. Oof. Well, damn! A lull has descended in the main lounge once I return. G's nowhere to be seen. People continue to trickle out instead of in, and by the time I get back, only 2 tables remain occupied. Soon these people too will be gone, and the whole place will be devoid of anyone. Frankly, its current state already lends the place an entirely different vibe. Along with the soothing strum of strings and the steady beat of drums playing overhead, there's a calming sense to this. A far cry from times I've been here before. Perhaps it's for this reason why Isabella has chosen this place to retreat. She sits quietly in the furthest corner of the room, in one of the tables set right beside the windows. G usually keeps the curtains closed around this hour, but a small portion of it has been pulled back, revealing the busy streets outside. The late afternoon light spills right through it, outlining her small form and pooling on the surface of the table where both her arms rest. In her hands, she flips a piece of folded paper, turning it from one side to the other without any purpose. The letter. A small frown creases her forehead while she stares at it, yet there's something oddly tranquil in the picture she has unknowingly painted. Something I can't bring myself to disturb, if only for a few seconds. It's one of those moments again. The rare ones. The ones where she's too still, too quiet, a complete opposite of her usual self, but it's these that often leave a mark. Not her cheery disposition of her lively attitude, but these short few seconds of wordless silence, when the softest sighs and the slightest movements sing louder. The smallest minuscule things that tell you about the person the strength more than any words can express. It's these that carve a vivid memory no matter how brief it lasts. She glares at me annoyed, and just like that it all melts away. Gone is the stillness, replaced quickly by the teasing and friendly jibes. Back again to what we're used to, what's easy, what's familiar, what every truth we hope to convey regrettably goes unsaid between us.
You're going to destroy an important piece of evidence if you keep doing that, Belle.
Or she's far from angry. A bit upset maybe? Who wouldn't be? While I do agree with Rebecca, her words still hit below the belt. Regardless, Isabella doesn't seem like she'll start shouting at me, at least compared to every other person I've aggravated, intentional or otherwise. Some light talk may just do the trick and coax her out of this mood.
Come on. If you keep staring at the table like that, you're going to bore a hole on it. I really don't want to owe G a new table. He'll pick the most expensive one and leave me begging on the streets.
She leaves a quick glance at me. She levels a quick glance at me, her expression dry and impassive, enough to drain every color out of the room. It's as if I've just told her a terrible joke and she's expecting there'll be more of it. Really now. She needs to give me more credit than that. My jokes are funny when I want them to be.
I really don't care. I'd even take pictures and post them online. Go away, Ash. I don't want to talk right now.
Yet it sounds half-hearted at best. Like what's happening has already sapped every bit of energy in here. Now it's all that's left of the words. Pretty soon those two will lose their meaning and leave a hollow shell in their wake. It's already unusual to see her like this. Everything has already gone to shit. I'd like at least this one thing to stay normal. So somehow we manage. We continue for the better half of the hour, talking, joking, with her short, feeble responses and banter that never goes anywhere. But it's enough. In the grand scheme of things, amidst the chaos and death shadowing over us, it's these little, inconsequential moments that matter. It's her smile, her laughter, when it finally rings, easy and free of her burdens.
Okay, I have another one.
I don't want to hear it, Ashton. Go away.
No, really. Listen, I know someone who talks like an owl.
Will you leave me alone if I bite and ask who?
A pause. And then she frowns as realization slowly dawns on her. Confusion flashes fleetingly across her face before eventually settling on a grimace.
Oh.
Suddenly she hugs her arms closer to herself and looks away, perhaps in her best attempts to stay angry. To no avail. In a matter of seconds, her shoulders shake with laughter she's trying to contain.
You're awful, and I really hate you! Just leave!
It's contagious, her mirth. Soon I'm joining her in it, briefly forgetting every problem that has piled up and continues to weigh down on us. Laughing without reservation or care until only a familiar warmth lingers, once both our amusement ebbs away. Somehow, with her, these things have always come easy.
Feeling better?
A little. You're still lame.
But you're laughing right now.
Only because your humor is terrible.
Right. Keep telling yourself that. I know it's funny. And you know what? If you've kept frowning like that, your face might have cracked. That would have been really messy and ugly.
If glares can kill, with the one thought she sends my way, I'd probably be dead by now. Seeing it directly my way, it takes only a few seconds for me to realize how she might have also taken my statement. How wrong and rude it must have sounded in her ears, however unintentional it is. I've never been good with words, but that's never an acceptable excuse, is it? Suddenly, taking the brunt of her anger seems less complicated than correcting or explaining myself. Nevertheless, I try.
What? Ah, God, crap. Crap. Damn it, that was so not what I meant. I was just saying you look better when you're smiling.
Her glare doesn't even wane. In fact, I think it intensified like the brewing storm. In the face of it, under the sharpness of her stare and her annoyance, I do what any person with a good sense of self-preservation does. Keep my mouth shut and shift my attention elsewhere. The crowd outside looks very interesting today. Maybe I should.
Thanks, Ash.
She utters all of it in a voice too small, too quiet. But when I turn to her, only those words, her gratitude, resonate throughout the whole room. Not the soft clinking of silverware somewhere, nor the last strains of music fading into silence above us. Instead, it's the meaning behind her gaze as she holds mine that lingers. Steady, unflinching, and open, in the same way she looked at me all those years ago, with bright eyes and an expression softening into a tender smile. I didn't understand it then. How easy it is for her to wear her heart on her sleeve. How she never shies away from expressing herself, even with people she barely knows. How she can go through everything without losing herself. Now it's among the hundreds, the thousands that hang unspoken between us. Trivial little things with words still too big to be put into words. Either because it's too early, or because there's never really a proper time. For now, though, this'll do. Till the moment itself dwindles. Till reality pulls us back in, reminding us of all the things we've set aside in his favor.
Isabella, about what happened with Rebecca earlier.
I should probably apologize to Becca. I know she only means well. And I said some really bad things.
The corners of her mouth quirks up, almost as if she's too ashamed of the things she's said.
Don't worry. She can be pretty stubborn, but she'll listen. Especially to you.
You think?
Because Zach won't be with us anymore.
What?
Is
that his thoughts talking? Because that's not what he said.
That's not what it says.
She won't stay angry for long. I can vouch for it.
That might be a bug. She has a point, though.
Could be a bug.
Isabella freezes. In an instant, the pleasant air around us dissipates. She shifts her attention back to her hands again, both clenched so tightly that her knuckles visibly pale.
I know, Ash. I just thought we'd find something in there. That if I go back, we'll get the answers we need. I found the letter there, so maybe, right?
It's not that I don't agree with her. Hell, I've been considering the same thing. It's the only lead we have, after all. But Rebecca also has a point I will also agree with. No matter how desperate I am, it's not going to be a simple walk in the park. Who knows what we might find in there? If she comes with me, I won't be able to guarantee her safety. She'll be in even greater danger. Hence, alone. There's a need to go back to that accursed place. I'm doing it on my own. Whether or not the rest of them agree with this plan is inconsequential. Their well-being is my top priority, and I'm not just about to drag them in there with me. So I tell her as much, despite the determination and desperation in her eyes.
Oh, man.
Anything to keep her safe. Well, shit. I am gonna save because it's actually been a while. Which do you think she won't like more?
I can't let you do that. I think she'll take more personal.
Really? Because it's dangerous is also kind of like, you know, treating her like a child as well. The problem is they give us the little prompt, right? But they don't tell us exactly what they're going to say afterwards. So I'm not sure exactly how it's going to go.
That's the whole point, is you don't know.
But what's the point of making choices if you're not sure what choice you're making?
Choices are, though. You never know how they're going to turn out until you make them. That's life.
That's not exactly what I'm saying, though.
But it's the truth.
I'm saying, like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be saying to her. Like, because we'll pick a choice saying, okay, I'm gonna choose this dialogue, but they always talk more than what the actual option suggests. So it often spirals more than what the actual choice is.
That's called story making.
It's called bullshit. I hate it.
That's part of a visual fucking novel, and that way you don't know what's gonna happen and your choices have consequences.
Yeah, but I don't know what choice I'm making.
Again, that's my point. You don't know, like, especially in real life, in the moment, whatever choice you make.
What's the point of making choices? If you don't know what the choices actually, like, are. What's the point? What's the point? I'm having an existential crisis.
I mean, if you just sit and think about it, your life could have gone a whole complete different direction if you didn't make that one choice that set you in motion right now. If we're gonna go existential. You made one choice, and this is how your life has progressed since that choice. But you didn't know at the time whether it was a good or bad choice.
Alright. I'll trust in what you're saying. Oh, Jesus.
Forget it, Belle. You're not going back to that mansion.
No, so you went down.
But in comparison to everything else, he's still the fucking highest out of everybody.
Right, but I wanted to see if I could get it all the way maxed.
But Ash, what about...
This isn't up for debate. Do you really think they'll just let you in? Do you really think they'll give a damn if you walk in there carrying that stupid letter of all things?
Both of them might have made it go down, to be honest.
No, but there has to be something we can tell them. Ash, they were with me during the open house. They have to know. They're in as much trouble as we are. They're living in that place. That ghost woman came from there. Both her and the letter. Something's in that house, Ash. And whatever it hides might be the only thing that'll get us out of this mess.
All right. Suppose you do find an answer there. What happens? Let's say that by some dumb luck, you got inside and found something. I don't even have to bring up what they did to Zach. In fact, what they'll do to you is the least of our problems. What if you see her again? What if she goes after you? What are you going to do?
It's not like we have any other choice. Besides, I'm pretty sure you've already thought of the same thing. Admit it.
That doesn't mean I'm going to let you run straight into trouble. What you're planning to do is risky for you. Give it up, Isabella. Zach's already gone, and if you...
Realization comes way too late, and my throat closes up as soon as I realize what just slipped out of my mouth. It was supposed to be a speech, damn it. Words carefully picked to ease people into the idea, especially her, who has already seen Zach as the decent older brother she never had, as family. The way her expression shifts from terror to disbelief then to anguish makes the horrible lump in my throat feel more unpleasant. There's a sorrow in it, palpable enough as the meaning of what I've said sinks in. A pain I can't even hope to understand, one that we'll all deal with in our own ways. I can't even bring myself to look her straight in the eye. Unexpectedly, Isabella merely clams up. No resistance, no further argument like I've come to expect from her. She doesn't even shed a single tear. Uncharacteristic. Just a silence that stretches far too thin till the air in the whole room grows awkward and suffocating. A standstill that'll get us nowhere. Although if there's one thing our talk has wonderfully succeeded at, it's making me feel like a total asshole and a hypocrite. And I am, considering my plans tonight. Sure, I can tell her, but what good would it do? I do intend to tell G before leaving tonight. He has to know if he's going to be keeping an eye on them for me. One person is already enough, however. Hell, simply letting someone in on the plan makes me iffy. Broadening the circle and revealing too much would just cause another pointless concern. Someone has to be aware, at least off where I'm heading to in case things don't pan out. Expect the worst, even if I'm only intended to do a quick survey at the place. In my own words, risky. Isabella doesn't need to be burdened with the worry my entire scheme entails. I like to think that yes, to some extent she understands, even if she does not entirely agree with me. The dilemma's clear in her. Otherwise her scowl wouldn't have a deeper set to it, her lips wouldn't be pressed in a thin line, or her hand would no longer be balled into fists. She would have pushed that argument if she doesn't, and I know she has no lack of things to say. Maybe it's because she has already heard the same thing from Rebecca. Maybe my words have made her come to her senses. Either way, it's best that we simply leave it here for now. I've already said enough. I stand up as soon as my footsteps shuffle from the next room, its cadence slow and hesitant. Shortly, Rebecca comes into view, clutching her hands firmly in front of her and sporting the same uncertainty in her face. She casts me a cursory look, then shifts a nervous one to Isabella, who steadies her with an almost hopeful gleam in her eye. Their fights never did last long.
Belle, can we talk? Alone?
Her interruption could not have come sooner, and I'm all the more glad for it. Whatever kind of friendship I share with these two, this remains something for only the two of them, much like my own with Zach. I'm the outsider. They don't need me here. It's all the reason I need. Muttering an excuse, I beat a hasty exit out to the main lounge and leave them to mend things on their own. Before Isabel can say what she's been mulling over, before the last imploring glance she directs my way forces me to change my mind. It's another lasting image that firmly etches itself in my memory, one that spurs the conscience among other things. I just hope I won't regret what I've chosen for myself tonight. You probably will, though. Damn. Oh my god, I need to take a drink. My voice hurts. Whew.
I don't even know how much longer we got.
I don't know. This is a lot. Well... Let's see, as far as we know, it only goes to...
Well, I got like 2 more days.
This. So there's definitely more scenes on this night, and then there's the November 1st, which is the day after, so... I would hope not too much longer, but...
I mean, we can keep going.
Yeah. Galway Shaw's Monday night crowd, although small and barely occupies a quarter of the whole pub, provides ample enough cover for anyone who wishes to leave the place unnoticed. Just exactly what I need tonight, with the lively music chatter and chatter slipping out, mostly unseen, becomes a piece of cake. Without much trouble, soon enough I find myself standing outside under the chilly Luxborn night. A gust of wind picks up shortly after I step out, carrying the telltale smell of an impending rain. I'll give it about an hour or two before it starts. From the looks of it, though, tonight will be another downpour. Maybe even stronger than the one we've had this morning. On instinct, I hunch further into my jacket, hugging its thick material closer to my body while I weave my way through the lines of empty cars in the parking lot. The letter crinkles in my pocket with each step I take, though I pay it no mind as I hurry towards my car. So he nicked it! I've nicked it minutes ago from Isabella's belongings on my way out. This is all connected. I need this damn piece of paper with me. I guess she had it in her bag or something, and he just sniped it. However ridiculous it sounds, I'm quite sure it won't be missed either, but I can't waste time here and wait for her to find out, can I? 4 hours is all I'm giving myself to get this done. Regardless of how generous that is, each second's just as important as the next. So I hurry, one foot steps over the other, echoing as I make a beeline for my car. But as with every plan, problems crop up at the last second. It's practically a universal rule. And it does. In the form of a lone figure waiting for me next to my car. Which one? Which one?
It's gotta be one of them.
Rebecca! Rebecca turns just as I near, the corners of her mouth twitching up in a wry smile. She offers no greeting except for a slight tilt of her head. Even as my pace slows and I look at her with all the unvoiced questions in my eyes, she remains wordless. Merely throwing her head back, "This is our chance! This is our chance to make it up to her!" and shifting her attention up at the starlit sky when I come up to stand beside her. Another gust of wind blows as she breathes out a sigh, weary, thick with something close of resignation. The breeze carries all of it away while she hugs her arms closer to keep herself warm, which raises the question why she's out here. The air's already heavy with the promise of rain. With clouds obscuring the view, there's really nothing left to look at but a dark blanket of nothingness. Still, she stands here as if she's intentionally waiting for everything to fall. That or she's here for some other reason. Before I can voice a single word, express a disapproval of any kind, she raises a halting hand at me, sharply cutting off the rest of my question.
I'm not here to stop you. Wherever it is you're planning to go off tonight, I won't be able to anyway. You look like you've already made up your mind.
Go back inside. It's going to rain soon. It'll probably be even heavier than the downpour we had this morning. You wouldn't want to be caught in it.
I will, in a moment. I just want to stay out here a bit for some air, away from the noise inside. Everything's been so chaotic these days. This little break is nice. Even if it means standing in the middle of a parking lot, of all places. Getting out of this mess would definitely be better, but hey, you take what you can get, right?
It'll be over soon.
Confidence in my own words surprises even me. How do I know? Why am I so sure? When in truth, what I'm about to do is a last-ditch effort. If this fails, I don't find anything, we're back to square one. It's the last lead I have. After this, we have nothing else to go off from. Regardless, it seems to amuse her, and her laughter soon sounds above the murmur of the distant traffic and the light draft sweeping around us.
How I wish. I'll be content as long as she stops showing up in my mind whenever I close my eyes.
I think that may take some time. The brain doesn't easily forget trauma.
I can try. But, you know, it also did a lot to us.
Tell me about it. The back of my head's still smarting from my fall last night.
Not that kind. I'm talking about us. As people. I hate to admit it, but this whole deal with the ghost, with the curse, it also brought out an ugly side to us. To all of us. And it made me realize plenty of things. About myself, about us.
Baka trails off. Suddenly a pensive expression spreads across her face. I've seen it countless of times before. Every time I see it on her, it's usually followed by a memory, a silly story, or even something embarrassing I've said from childhood. Unlike me, who will much rather forget, she remembers each of them so easily. After a short bout of silence, when she smiles, I know this is one of those times again.
Do you remember that one time, back in secondary?
Which one? We did a lot of dumb things back then. Well, I did, but you get the point.
Mandy.
I thought you still don't like her. Don't tell me you've kept in contact with her. Are you guys friends now or something?
I was wondering about her, because at the end of the, what was it, the diary? At the end of the diary, they, like, Mandy was like a bully, and, she did something to help her, and then Mandy was like, they weren't like friends, but they like came to like an understanding, I guess.
Oh no, we do see each other sometimes, on the way to work or when I go out for lunch, but it's nothing like that. We're not friends, not in this lifetime. I don't think so. I don't think we'll ever get along, but if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't even be friends, yeah? You stood up for me that day. And from then on, things have changed.
She makes it sound like I'm some sort of hero. Mandy was in the wrong. Of course I'll defend her. No one's going to stand up for her, who else will? Chances are it would have escalated, and who knows, maybe she would have stopped going to school or transferred. Any decent human being with an ounce of sense should know better. I acted because I know what I'm doing is what's right. It's as simple as that. Yet she smiles as if it's worth more than that. A fondness that goes beyond nostalgia.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, this time, I don't want this to go unsaid.
Ooh woo? Oh whoa?
You know, just in case something happens.
She gonna do it? She gonna do it?
Finally gonna do it?
Ash,
Finally gonna do it?
I've always been in love with you.
She did it! Oh my god! She says it so plainly, holding my gaze and in a voice too frank, that her admission stuns me into silence. Like the wind has suddenly been knocked out of me in one fell swoop. No words will form, not even a single coherent thought, as the meaning of her words bear down on me. Nevertheless, she continues, desperate to express everything she has kept to herself all these years. This is what the fondness is. Why, for her, it weighs heavier than any feelings of nostalgia can carry.
Since that time in secondary, since I made that promise to never leave, I've always truly loved you.
Afterwards, there is relief, a weight suddenly being lifted from her shoulders after so long. She closes her eyes and lets out a breath. When she looks back at me, though, there's nothing but hope in them, eyes that are searching for an answer. Facing the sincerity behind her words, I find myself grasping, scrambling for the words. Aww. Because as much as this pains me to admit, I can't give her the same affection she's asking from me. We might have spent
going for Isabella.
Yeah, we might have spent so many years alongside each other. Hell, we practically grew up together. But that never automatically means I'll ever hold for her feelings that goes beyond the boundaries of friendship. I do appreciate her presence in my life. I'm more than glad that she has stuck with me even through the toughest moments, even when she finds me difficult or aggravating. However, it's really all there is to it. She's a close, important friend to me, but nothing more.
Rebecca,
I draw in a breath, ragged, unsure, uncertain how and which words to put together so it will hurt her less, so the wounds they might leave won't be as deep or as scar. But before I can even string 2 phrases together, she lifts a hand on my mouth and silences me. The smile's on her face, kinder than every single one I've seen from her so far. It's nice to see it on her. It suits her more than the glares or the frowns. But at the same time, it only serves to baffle me.
You don't have to answer me.
Yeah, but you should... I should...
No, I mean, you don't need to.
Okay, now I'm really confused. One moment you're saying you've been in love with me since secondary, now you're telling me to shut up?
If you want to interpret it like that, all right.
No, really. Some explanation would be nice, Becca. Because a lot of things are going on right now, and I'm afraid I can't catch up. Especially with this curveball you just threw.
It means what it means, Ashton. You don't need to answer me. I don't really need to hear it anymore. It's not that I don't want to. Believe me, if I were the same person I was before this whole thing happened to us, I'd be elated. Excited even. But, like I said, I also realized some things. Understood myself more. Ash, I did love you. Ever since we were kids, all those times you defended me from bullies. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. Even after this. But, at the end of the day, once you take a closer look at everything, it also turned me into a really selfish person. When you think about it, maybe the Ashton I loved isn't the one standing in front of me right now. Maybe all this time, I'm still clinging on to that aloof kid I met 17 years ago. I didn't even consider that you have a mind of your own. That one day, it won't just be the 2 of us. That you'll find someone else and it won't be me.
I'm sorry, Becca.
I'm not even sure what I'm apologizing for, that I can't return her feelings. Because I'm somehow holding myself responsible for this, even if up until now I have no idea how she felt. Regardless, she continues to smile through all of it.
It's not your fault. Don't say that. I'm the one who should apologize. Since I suddenly sprung this up on you when you have other things to do, I just thought I should let you know. So I can finally let this whole thing go. One question though. Are you going to tell her?
Tell what to who?
I pause, frowning. A brief moment of doubt while I try to figure out what she's talking about all of a sudden. When it finally sinks in, though, my bewilderment hastily gives way to utter embarrassment.
Oh, shit.
Heat abruptly crawls up my face, no matter my efforts to keep it down. In the end, I can only look away from her, afraid of what she'll see in it.
Did you really think no one would notice?
Was it that obvious?
It was surprisingly easy to tell, but that was probably because I've known you longer than anyone.
Fuck, who else knows?
I think Zach suspects.
Shit.
You're embarrassingly lame when you're trying too hard. It's almost painful to watch. Don't worry. With your terrible way of flirting, and knowing her, I'm quite sure Belle has no idea, even now. Not even a clue.
Harsh, Rebecca. Really harsh. I could use a vote of confidence, you know.
She laughs, loud, the kind that's free of any burden, ringing above the wind, slowly picking up as the storm clouds approach. With it, however, the awkward atmosphere lifts at last. There's only the camaraderie we've shared since meeting in that classroom 17 years ago.
I'm serious, though. Tell her. And if you ever make her cry, I'll hit you with every damn history book I have on my shelf. Clear?
Noted, ma'am.
Anyway, thanks for hearing me out. I won't keep you long. I know you have things to do. Just promise me you'll be careful, all right?
She doesn't wait for an answer, instead she gives me a push with a force only heavy enough to throw me off balance. Caught unaware by the gesture, for a few moments I fight for purchase against my car's trunk, bracing my hand on its smooth surface. When I look up with a string of reprimands ready at the tip of my tongue, Rebecca's already halfway through the parking lot. There's a small skip in her steps while the breeze carries the light tune she's whistling. On a whim, I let its note be the last thing I commit to memory before slipping inside my car and driving off. Sounds like a new beginning, more than anything. Another reason to be optimistic. Within 10 minutes, I'm driving out of Luxmore and heading straight for Anslin Village. In the distance, flashes of lightning light up the horizon, white and sharp against the black curtain of the night. Thunder threatens with a rumble, seconds later echoing long across the sky. And with one last word, the skies open in earnest.
November!
We in the last day? Whoa! We did it.
Now let's see how long this day fucking lasts.
Oh no. Because that don't look like a haunted house you've ever seen in your life. Mm-mm.
No, not with all the cracks, the ivy growing all over it, ominous rain.
The rain falls in fast, steady sheets, creating shallow puddles on the dirt path, drenching everything the eyes can reach. Despite having grown up in this city, I still despise the rain. Living here doesn't mean I have to like it. Lucky me, I've reached the mansion before the downpours turned torrential. The long slog from Anselm Village by foot has already been made difficult by the light drizzle and biting winds buffering against my body every 2 seconds. By the time I found cover under the trees lining the vicinity of the mansion, my shoulders are already drenched. My hair is also sticking against my skin and out in every possible direction. Thankfully, the letter, taser, and gun I brought with me has remained relatively dry. That's the most important thing. However, those are the least of my problems at the moment. Sometime after the housewarming party, scumbag Wright has suddenly grown a brain and tightened the security around the mansion. Likely because of what Zach did. The guard is now stationed in every possible point of entry, the main entryway, the back door leading to the kitchens. Hell, it's almost a miracle no one was spotting me as I entered the property. Well, that's probably because I've kept close to the forest. While I can always create a clever way for myself under this deluge, it'd be difficult to do so without making much noise or leaving tracks.
I don't really have the luxury either, do I?
Considering how off this place feels since I've stepped into the property and the mansion came into view, every light is off. Even with the security personnel on patrol outside, the whole house itself, it feels empty, eerie, too quiet. Normally I'll pass it off as some kind of power outage because of the storm. It's not a far off conclusion when this place is almost in the middle of nowhere. However, something just feels wrong.
Something happened here.
Or about to. It's all reason why I haven't done anything yet. Simply observing, watching, listening for anything. I might be pressed for time, but I'm not a careless idiot. Though I need a way in, desperately so, moving without thinking will only endanger me. So many unknown variables in what we're dealing with, I also have to act on the assumption that someone is always in danger, especially in this place. I can't act impetuously. As much as I hate Wright, I'm not about to cause his death because of one thoughtless action. Oh, we're gonna cause his death, though!
Oh.
If there's a place he deserves to be at, it's in a prison, not a morgue.
No, he deserves in a morgue!
That's debatable.
In a morgue 6 feet under.
I
don't like that.
So when a hoarse, painful sob suddenly rings out above the loud pitter-patter of rain, only then do I stir. A woman, perhaps a servant, is coming from the forest? Just right up ahead, in fact, not too far from the house. Regardless, I give the place a quick, wary glance before following the noise. Why?
Don't do it. Don't. No.
This is what got Zach into trouble. Carefully leading to the shadows, one cautious step after the other. Louder and louder against the air. Oh!
Whoa!
Until it abruptly turns into a loud, desperate, anguished cry. I break into a run. One nervous hand ready on the gun holstered at my hip, and the other raised for balance as I scurry across the dense understory. Dead leaves crunch under my shoes, but I pay it no mind. There's only the voice, the woman, and nothing. Abruptly it all stops, and I am met with a sudden hush. Blank. Empty. Almost deafening in its stillness, even with my labored breathing and pounding heartbeats against my ears. Behind me, another branch breaks, and... No! Okay. Dread surges within me while I spin around and take a hard step back, ignoring the chilly pinpricks crawling at the back of my neck. Before I can even meet her eyes, the world unexpectedly pitches sideways, tilting. And tilting to the ground beneath me finally crumbles. My hands fight for purchase, only to meet air. By then, it's too late. My foot slips under and the rest of my body follows. What? Dark spots blur the edges of my vision. Black tendrils twist and coil around my limbs. Soft footfalls echo from the far distance, scurrying, scampering, moving in an odd rhythm with the sharp, piercing notes of her laughter. More than that are the voices, lacing venom inside each crevice of my head. Murmurs that jeer, scoff, and deride. Over, it's because you didn't listen. And over, it's all your fault. And over again, why won't you believe me? A remainder of what I've failed to do and who I've failed. What I'm trying to desperately fix. The scream threatens to burst, but my throat closes off. Ever so slowly, a chill seeps into every nerve in my body, washing away every sensation in me apart from one. There is only fear. Once again, her laughter echoes, a sound both bitter and unforgiving. It is the last thing I hear before she reaches for me. The ground trembles. The world slows to a stop. Oh, he's in the dungeon! Marianne! Marianne!
It's a wonder how the starvation and the lack of water hasn't killed her.
I hope they have it. Not like I had much of a choice in the matter.
I guess we'll find out.
Half darkness greets me when my eyes finally snap open, the soft patter of dripping water somewhere spurring my conscience further. For a few short moments I remain still, blinking away the dizziness, allowing my vision to adjust to the lack of light and my breathing to even out first, before pushing myself up on one arm and attempting to stand. Turning alone is a struggle on its own. An inch of movement sends a stab of sharp pain right up my arms and my back, giving me another pause.
Shit. I hope I didn't break anything. Fuck.
There doesn't seem to be any injury or a major fracture, although the whole of my back does feel sore and raw. Probably from when I've skidded down prior to landing myself here. Comforting thought. The second attempt comes easier later, though no less painful. By the time I'm back on my feet, the exertion has left me gasping in short, shallow breaths and leaning heavily on the wall nearest to me. Behind me, a light draft blows in from where I've fallen in, coming in short, sharp bursts into what's apparently an underground tunnel and brings in the fresh, earthly smell of rain from the top side. Regardless, it fails to mask the old, musty scent of the place, a mixture of mold, mildew, dust, grease, and something distinctly foul, like death. More worrisome than the putrid, festering smell, however, are the cells that line both sides of the tunnels. Under the dim light, I could barely make out what's inside of some of them, but I already have a few ideas, all of which I refuse to delve into at the moment. Knowing how long this mansion has stood, somehow, no matter how unexpectedly finding the existence of this place is, it isn't too surprising.
I wonder if Scumbag knows about this.
Probably not, unless he's also the kind of person who takes joy in inflicting this kind of suffering on others. I don't really think so. He's rotten at the core, but not that rotten. He'd probably balk at this, move out of the first opportunity, and have it demolished. The very idea of what has occurred in this place years ago makes me reel as well. I've known long ago places like this tend to hold secrets. This, though? This is just the tip of the iceberg. I fear what I may discover in the mansion itself and the tale behind that fucking letter. But fear is inconsequential. As unpleasant as the sight of this is, this place might also be the only way for me to get inside unnoticed. Sighing and taking one last gulp of clean air, I push away from the wall and delve deeper into the passage.
Let's just hope it'll be smooth sailing from here on.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be that easy.
I really doubt that.
Turns out that alone is too much to ask for this early. I'm good. I don't wanna. I'm good. No 20 paces into it, another sound abruptly rises above my footfalls, rebounding off the hollow walls and echoing inaudibly across the whole span of the tunnel before fading away just as swiftly as it rang. I pause, nevertheless, straining my ears for more of it, while I gradually move my hand to my side, slow and steady until the tips of my fingers brush off the gun's handle. It could be Marianne, though. Although cold against my skin, it's the closest thing I have to comfort at the moment. For a long minute I wait, holding my breath, watching every form, edge, and shadow at the corners of my vision for any movement. After a heartbeat and nothing, I allow the tension to ease out of me in the form of a long, slow exhale that reverberates around the whole passage.
Who's there?
It is! Perhaps because of what has happened earlier and how I've ended up here, or maybe it's because of my training, but in spite of the panic and fear in that voice, I don't immediately answer. Instead, I pull my gun free from its holster and wordlessly draw closer to where the voice rings out once more. Afraid. Frantic. Weak?
I'm asking you a question. Who's there?
It's only after I've released the safety do I answer, while continuing my approach in a careful, steady pace.
I think I should be the one asking you that. Who are you? Show yourself.
I can't. I'm stuck in here.
Well, a ghost will definitely not be saying that, or have a conversation like this, or be stuck anywhere. And as if to prove her point, she extends a hand from one of the cells ahead and waves. Then she pulls back, grips the iron bars, and rattles it lightly.
I can't get out! Can you help?
In 5 quick steps, I'm standing in front of the cell, and sure enough, a woman's inside. Slumped on the floor, holding the bars with shaking hands, clinging to it if it's the only thing keeping her upright. Not just any woman.
You? McLaughlin?
Same one I met at G's 5 days ago, smashed drunk and babbling her frustrations about her employers.
Holmes?
No, not McLaughlin. McCullough. Marianne McCullough, famous interior designer extraordinaire. Not so extraordinary now, with how exhausted and feeble she looks, trapped in a jail cell of all things. Her breathing's shallow, and there's a paleness of her complexion, sunken eyes, cracked lips, dry skin, all signs pointing to starvation and dehydration.
What? How long have you been stuck in here?
3 days? 4? I don't know. I have no idea anymore. I just fell in, and that woman, whatever. Can you get me out of here? Please.
In a moment. But here, go feed yourself first before you fall over.
I fish out an energy bar from my pocket and hand it to her. She's lucky I always have one on my person. For sudden emergencies or extended stakeouts, a little sugar to keep me going. Like any starving person, she wastes no time making a grab for it, unwrapping it straight away and taking in whole mouthfuls of it. Relief washes over her face on the first bite alone, although she's going to need more than that if what she said is true. For the moment, it's enough to keep her alive. Good thing she seems to have the sense to prioritize survival over comfort, if the puddle on the corner of the cell indicates anything. Without water, the human body can only survive 3 days. No food, and it'll give it an average of 3 weeks, so even that it won't be a pretty experience. Granted, some have survived longer than that. She's still fortunate I found her when I did. Now, to get her out. My bobby pins won't be of any use here, not like I need it. Unlike the ones we have in the precinct, a simple barrel hinge holds the gates to this cell together. Even without any special tools, I'll be able to lift the door and free her. However, with how heavy it seems, I'll need a lever of some sort to help.
What are you looking for?
Some wood, a 2x4, I guess, a plank or a pipe, anything I can use as a lever. Wait here.
The hallway yields nothing but dust, dirt, and a few rusted chains scattered about. While I may find something in one of the open cells, I'm reluctant to check or even step in. We can't have another person trapped in here. However, McCullough ended up inside. My head snaps back to her. McCullough extends a wooden board from under the mess of hay and twine near her. Without prompting, she slips it through a little space there is in between the bars. It's short, but appears thick and sturdy enough for my intended purpose upon closer inspection.
Good enough.
I hope. I get to work at once, anchoring the other end of the plank at the base of the door and applying ample force on the other end. It takes a bit of effort, no kidding about the heavy part. Still, a grunt, a grasp, a gasp, a creak. In a matter of minutes, with a little help from her on the other side, the door eventually lifts off its hinges. It falls on the ground with a loud, ugly, metallic thud, but the sound of it puts elation on McCullough's face. We did it! We saved her! She doesn't even ask for help. As soon as she can, she hastily crawls out of the prison she has accidentally found herself in. More than happy to get out of it, despite lacking the strength to stand firmly on her feet.
Thank you! Thank you so much!
Prison break.
After the second day, I was so sure I was going to die in there. If you didn't show up... I don't even want to think about it.
How did you even end up here?
For a second, she appears hesitant, looking away and fumbling awkwardly with her fingers.
I was looking for something. Someone.
A contemplative expression flickers in her eyes, something that's close to wistful, like when a person remembers a memory she's fond of. It doesn't last too long, but it still leaves me the impression that I've suddenly walked into something private. Something deeply personal for her. I'd rather not ask.
So this whole tunnel, at the end of it, it leads right inside the mansion?
The wine cellar.
Aha. Right into the kitchen, then.
There's a door of some sorts. I don't know. I think I pulled or pressed something somewhere. I was in a hurry. And I'm not sure if it'll open from this side. Hell, this place wasn't even in the floor plans.
What do you mean?
Does that really matter now? We have to get out of here. People died in this place. Kids! Oh God! Kids! I could have shown you, but that thing won't turn back on anymore. It's like it only waited for me to see it before shutting down or something. How long has that thing even been in there? But those poor kids. All because of that thing.
Wait, hold on. What are you talking about right now?
The bloody letter! Ever since I've read that thing, since that day at the open house, she won't leave me. But it should be fine now, right? I broke it. I broke all of it. She shouldn't be able to do anything now.
McCullough, one at a time.
It's all that fucking paper's fault! Oh God. Oh God. Dear Lord in St. Adelaide, bless those poor souls. We're not safe here. We need to leave. If we stay here any longer...
McCullough!
Abruptly, she stops, looks back at me with wild, panic-stricken eyes. I've seen enough of it so many times these past few days, from my own friends even. To know she has seen things, the kind that'll easily make a person go mad. And perhaps we slowly are. The longer this takes, the faster our descent into it becomes. I can't even tell which one's worse, death or this. Seems like no matter what we end up with, there will be something horrible waiting for us. I need to hurt.
Listen, I need to get inside this place, and you're more familiar with its layout. If you can help me...
What? No! Why would I go back? Are you sure you haven't gotten raving mad yet?
An exit's right here!
And this business with the letter has to end at some point. Look, I know you're not very fond of Luke Wright.
Damn right I'm not! He can just go.
But are you really sure you want to leave him like this? And what about his wife?
Strikes a chord. She falters, grows quiet as the tension lifts from her and her shoulders slump. I do understand her issues with this. In fact, she doesn't have to go with me. Only tell me enough info so I can figure it out on my own. She can always leave afterwards, but done with this whole damn mansion and letter, the other end of this tunnel leads right into the forest. It'll provide ample cover for her to be able to slip out of the property unnoticed. All the same, she steels herself and squares her shoulders.
Just until the kitchens.
That's more than enough.
She nods, albeit weakly. Then without another word, she gestures for me to follow, leading me further into the passage. Alright, I'm gonna drink some more water. Whew. Occasionally she'll stop, find perches on the wall to catch her breath, but throughout the short walk she asks for neither a break nor assistance. I suppose that's something we have in common. Eventually we get to a dead end. Although before I can question her on it, she begins palming for something on the wall, tracing her fingers along weathered edges of the bricks with a frown on her face.
It should be somewhere here, I think.
What the hell are you doing?
She merely holds up a hand, begging for my silence and continues searching. Then, without warning, a few minutes later, something clicks. A portion of the wall shifts ajar to reveal a glimpse of another room. Bottles lining the walls, liquor barrels for aging. The wine cellar, indeed.
The ladder to the kitchen is on the far end of this room.
Surreal. This is all nothing but a surreal nightmare, but after everything, should this even surprise me? Ghosts, curses, hidden passages. I've turned into Smeagol. I can't even bring myself to question the existence of this door anymore. I simply follow her to the undercroft without a single question, in spite of the number of them already swimming inside my head. As a kid, I used to crave for this kind of adventure. Stuff of mystery and detective novels, daring chases, interesting cases to solve, suspects to put behind bars, justice to serve. I was blinded, I admit. Now I simply want this to be over. Ooh. We leave the door open in case there's a need for a quick exit, especially after she mentions it's only by chance she was able to open the door last time. We can't waste any time finding the switch again on the occasion something goes horribly wrong. There's bound to be with me feeling this high-strung and tense. I'm not even sure why I thought this would be a good idea to enlist McCullough's help. Although she has been quite helpful so far, I can't shake off the horrible feeling something's going to happen to her if she stays with me. Even if I'm her safest bet, if she wants to get out of this place alive.
You really believe that, don't you?
Did you say something?
McCullough pauses mid-step, turns to me, confused.
I didn't.
You sure? I just heard...
Don't you think I'll be the first person who'll know? Look, the ladder leading to the kitchen's up ahead. You might want to hurry. I just want to be done with this place.
See? You dragged another one.
This time I'm sure. There's really a voice. Well, voices. Despite the look of protest McCullough shoots me, I find myself stopping and looking for it, searching the immediate surrounding for the familiar form of the woman. I don't even have to venture far from where I'm standing. Just an arm's length away from me, mirror shards litter the floor. Right on one of the biggest fragments. Good. There's Zach. That's Rebecca, and that's Isabella, I guess. They speak.
And the freaky woman.
And freaky woman, who we still don't know her name. If she even has one. Does she have a name? Does she?
I think she does.
All singing
But
the
I don't
same
know if we're gonna
mocking
find it.
tune, yeah, against my ears, letting it echo throughout the small undercroft. Murmurs and laughter, jeering, scoffing, deriding, lacing venom in every crevice in my head. Taunting me.
Dragged another person into this action.
Into another one of your silly little problems.
All because you can't fix them on your own. You really haven't changed, have you? Some hero you are.
Useless.
Pathetic.
You're wrong.
My mistake lies in this first instance I've answered. The very second denial has slipped from my mouth, their words have also seeped into my heart, allowing it to prod at and ruse my temper. Despite knowing they are merely doing this to goad me, each word, each syllable trickle into me, spurring the guilt I hope I've long buried.
Are we? Or is that simply what you've been telling yourself all this time? Something to make yourself feel better, perhaps?
What about Zach? Wrongfully accused. You couldn't even get him out.
Someone's dead because of you.
I'm sorry.
You're the one who took that letter off Isabella's hand that day. You're the one who opened it.
How does it feel, I wonder? To know you're responsible for all of this.
What do you think I'm doing? Why do you think I'm still trying to fix this?
Oh, but you can't. It's already too late. And you know that. You know all of this is futile.
Just face it, Ashton Frey. You're a failure, and they are the ones who have to pay for it.
A badge and a gun, and you still can't protect your own friends. Can't even solve a case for an old man.
Can't even bring Luke right to justice.
Can't even keep his own family together. No wonder they left you. Before you do the same thing to them.
Mom and Dad are better off without little old you, aren't they? It's a good thing they had the sense.
Pitiful, isn't it? Some detective you are. Some friend you are. Some son you are. You might as well just throw that rank away. You're no use to people either way.
Shut it!
I hate this. I hate how this monster can easily get through to me. Every weakness, every insecurity, it knows. To hear it said in my friend's voice, even more so. But what I hate above all of it is...
You know it's true, though.
All of it. It's why all you can do is tell us to shut up. You don't want to hear a single word, because you're already aware of it. You can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
But no matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to save anyone.
Shut it! Not a single word anymore!
It laughs, sharp and piercing. As it sounds, something in me snaps. A rage hastily unfurling, red filling my vision, and next thing I know I'm raising my hand and something grabs at my wrist, followed by a buzz as another voice breaks through the haze.
Don't listen to it!
The fog from my mind lifts. Every sound, every noise returns to me, flooding my ever senses. All at once there is this deafening silence. Slowly I become aware of my surroundings. Bottles of wine, barrels of liquor, the faint, odd scent of death and decay somewhere, and a hand holding onto my wrist, as if to keep me from hurting myself. In my hand's a shard. Blood drips from where it has cut my palm, trailing down on my wrist until it disappears behind my sleeve. Not too deep, negligible even. There is pain, however, a different kind, an ache somewhere else that stems not from the wound but where every single word has hit. When I glance up at McCullough, she merely stares at me with wide, horrified eyes.
Don't listen to it! No matter what happens, don't do what it says! It's how it gets us.
My grip on the shard falters, but only after I nod and drop it entirely does she release her grip. Afterwards, she simply steps back and looks away, hugging her arms closer to herself. She breathes a sigh, heavy, perhaps weighted with her own guilt, what this monster might have used against her.
Come on, we're getting close.
She walks off without another comment, but there's worry in her as she gives the fragments one last glimpse. On the ground they lie lifeless now, no more voices, no more insults, but even as I walk away, one whispered taunt continues to ring in my ears.
It's useless, Ashton Frey. You are going to die.
And you are going to die alone.
I hate those laughs. A fear, one that has become long kept in the darkest place in my heart. One that a small part of me wishes for. Trapdoor swings open without much fuss. It isn't even locked, probably left open for when Wright asks for some midnight snack. I make sure the coast is clear, of course, before I pull myself and help McCullough up. The butler of theirs is nowhere to be seen. Thank God! He's probably sleeping, attending to his master, doing some extra late-night work before turning in for the night. Meanwhile, Wright won't touch anything to do with menial chores, not even with a 10-foot pole. It's next to impossible for him to linger here. No servants, not anyone. And just as easy as that, we're in. Gently, I close the hatch. If things go well, the same path will be our way out. If our luck doesn't hold, that's not an option now, is it? I have people waiting for me. I really don't want to think about what might happen. Sometimes it's best if we simply revel in the little victories. They're great blessings when everything else is going against you. And in a place like this fraught with unknown dangers, it's a feeling that lasts only but a second. Suddenly a sob, ringing out from some distant part of the house, echoing through its empty halls. I hate it. I hate it. Go away.
Can we turn back?
Beside me, slumped on the ground, pale and breathing heavily, and McCullough immediately tenses. Her eyes go wide and she grips the side of the counter with a force that might be enough to crack it, if only she has the strength. As it is, she can barely stand. She hasn't fully recovered, makes sense of the 3 or 4 days without proper food or water. And it's this weakness that puts the fear in her eyes. She's aware. If something happens, if there's a need to run, she won't be able to. She's a liability at this point.
Holmes. I really don't think going any further is a good idea. Look at this place. Everything seems fine. Nothing's off. Maybe we should just go? I really don't like the sound of that.
You really don't have to come with me. Just until the kitchen, yeah? We're already here. You've done your part. From here on, I'm going on my own.
Yes, I said that, but...
Can you even stand?
She doesn't answer.
You'll only be putting yourself in more danger if you follow after me. You have an easy way out of here. Stay here. Once you're okay, I need you to get yourself out of this place.
What? I'm not going to leave you!
Well, I'm not taking you with me either, lady. So it's here or out there.
You really are mad, aren't you?
Probably all will be, if no one fixes this little curse problem we have.
You think you'll find something in here? This is just a mansion, for God's sake!
Maybe. It's worth a shot. Besides, if what we're hearing right now says anything, I'd say scumbags.
Who?
Right. He might be knee-deep in trouble and he has no idea about it.
Paula still appears as if she's about to argue, so instead of more words, I unholster my taser and hand it to her. A standard issue for every member of Lexington Police Force, but it shouldn't take a genius to know how to aim and fire one. Even Isabella may be able to use it without any training. Yet, Miss Interior Designer Extraordinaire stares at it as if just handed her something particularly nasty.
Listen, you want to wait? Fine. I'm leaving this with you. But if I don't come back here within 15 minutes, I want you to backtrack and get the hell out of here.
Are you daft, Holmes? I already told you!
In case something goes wrong, I need someone who can tell people what's going on. Who can tell my friends what might have happened here. They're at the crawl. You know the place, right?
I trail off, leaving the meaning of my words hanging in the air. I want to be optimistic about this, really. However, I'm going against something almost everyone can't quite understand. I'm just being realistic with my chances. McCullough seems to understand this as well after what I've said. Any sign of protest has already died from her tongue, and she simply looks at the taser quietly. For a moment, she just nods. Beyond the walls of this room, the cry continues to grow louder, and I take that as a sign to leave. Without another word, I slip out the door. Like a siren call, her voice beckons. Finding out who that is seems to be a good place to start as any. I too would like to know.
If she could shut up, that'd be great.
Yeah. I'm assuming it's the servants they were talking about in the they were talking about it when they were reading those like history report things.
I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking. I keep to the shadows for the most part. Not that there's any need to, the entire place just feels empty. Odd when a house this big should have a large staff. You'd think there'd be 1 or 2 roaming about for some late night chores or someone seeking out whoever's creating this ruckus. There's none, however.
Shouldn't they have security posted inside as well?
Unless their security means the butler, though I doubt Scumbag's that sloppy. He loves his life more than anything. Probably more than his own wife. The things he's done, he's bound to make more than an enemy or two. He's also the kind who will do anything to keep himself safe, alive.
I wonder what he'll say when he finds out that there's something not human living with him in his own house.
Potential dangers aside, being on my own grants me a greater degree of mobility, which I'm more comfortable with. Sure, I could have enlisted McCullough's help. Next to the people who own this, she's probably the only one who's most familiar with the mansion. But the cons of bringing her outweigh the pros. She's better off somewhere a quick exit in sight. With no tag-along, I only have to worry about myself, watch my back. Selfish, I know.
But necessary.
In the same manner, this whole plan is, no matter how idiotic going into this is. Besides, I don't really have a guide when the house's layout is fairly simple. Almost mirrored with only a few modifications in the rooms. Although I've only been here once, I think I already have a good grasp of the situations, of this place's ins and outs. As long as you could tell which is east and west, it shouldn't be hard to find my way around. After the dining hall, the main foyer should be the next thing that greets me. But the woman's cries are leading me. Honestly, after what's happened outside, I'm not even sure if I should be trusting what I'm hearing. With the whole house somehow seemingly devoid of any of its inhabitants, I'm inclined to look into this. More than surviving this curse, a huge part of this is my training speaking.
I just hope this isn't a crime scene I'm walking into.
But nothing's ever that simple, isn't it? Not when you're dealing with the supernatural. Nope. Because as soon as my feet crosses to the next room, something shifts. Ew! Oh boy.
I don't like the sound of that dripping in my ear.
I love that. I love that. In a flash nearly without fanfare. It happens in the blink of an eye. I almost miss it. One moment there's red, and the next I'm standing alone in the foyer. For a brief instant I pause, glancing wildly around the place, blinking twice as if my movements will spur the vision back. Yet, nothing. No blood dripping on the walls, none trailing down the stairs or pooled on the floor, no eyes watching my every movement. Only the same cries gradually growing in intensity the longer I dally, along with a voice. Mother. Whose mother? Desperate.
Where are you, Mother?
His mother.
Whose mother? Pleading.
Mother, please. I don't want to be alone.
Coming from the same direction I've heard the cries from, upstairs. The place is not entirely empty, then. A better question now is who? Definitely not Scumbag or the butler. The attic, maybe? Because that's where she found the letter. I'd yet to see hide nor hair of them, and not knowing their whereabouts puts me on the edge. I have to be careful not to make any noise or be seen. Maybe the wife? Though one can't really tell if it's her, the way the walls echo her voice. Nevertheless, it pushes me to move, taking almost 2 steps at a time, despite the sickening feeling that something's lurking behind every great shadow, every small corner I pass. As if the house has several eyes watching my every movement. As if something alive dwells behind the walls itself. No! I hate it! I hate it. I try to shake it off, but the uneasy sensation has already made home at the pit of my stomach, dread, and it only grows deeper the closer I get to her. The relative emptiness of the place doesn't help either. Neither does the harsh wind battering the windows nor the sheets of rain pelting down the roof. For a fleeting second I find myself wishing for Scumbag to simply show up. I don't get too far down into that train of thought. Abruptly the cries stop, replacing it with,
Please. She's here. She's here, Mother. She's going to take me. She won't leave, Mother. I don't want to go with her. Tell her to go away. Mother! Mother, she's here! Help!
That can't be good. Adrenaline overcomes me in a rush. In no 2 heartbeats, my feet's already moving, before any sense can catch up or doubt creeps up to me. My hands ready at the holster as I hastily set off on the far side of the hall. One alarm footstep after another while struggling to keep that sense of panic at bay. A door lies ajar at the end and coming from the floor above.
She's going to hurt me! Help me!
I do not hesitate, moving in despite the lack of light, the steep stairs, or the thick layer of dust kicking up with my every step. I pause only a moment upon reaching the top. Then without a second, I push the door open. That's
That's Lady Ermengarde.
The lady, yeah. She sits in the middle of the room, shoulders hunched, shaking. Her hands cover her face as she weeps, oblivious to my presence. It's almost as if she has neither heard my footsteps nor the soft creaking of the door, continuing undisturbed like I'm standing in a time far removed from her. She doesn't even flinch when I call out to her.
Hey, are you alright?
Mother, I've done it, Mother. Take me with you, please. I can still hear her. She's here. Help me! Help me, please!
Belatedly, I notice the blood on her hands. If it's the same one drenching the whole attic, I'd rather not know. Now the whole room has ended up like this is the least of my problems at the moment. Even a single human body doesn't have this much blood. So bodies? The thought sends an unpleasant twinge in my stomach. Does Wright even know about this? It's bad news, alright, but this is beneath him. He'll definitely balk at the first sight of it. Anyone will. The woman lingers here, unmoved by the sight, letting her sobs fill the room, repeating the words over and over again like a prayer of salvation. To whom? The mess of parchment she has left on the floor? Just what the hell is happening?
Hey, lady, are you?
The rest of that question never makes it out. I don't even see it coming. Should have been more aware and our guard, really. Oh no. But there's little I can do when a well-placed blow to the back of my knees makes me stumble. God dang it, Hans! Not again!
Now?
The momentum alone sends me reeling forward. It barely even registers in my head that the woman's gone and the room's as normal as it can be. Not above the pain suddenly shooting up my side when I hit the floor. I don't even get the chance to get my bearings back when a hard enough blow to the stomach causes me to buckle down and land heavily on my knees. Gasping, I fumble wildly for my gun. Although before I'm able to turn, level it, and shoot, a hand grabs my wrists and twists it. Hard. A gasp. A grunt. It has to be him. No one else is that good at hand-to-hand combat. A cry of pain slips past my mouth. The gun falls to the floor with a thunk. As soon as it lands, a foot kicks it out of my reach and slides it uselessly under the bed. Agony suddenly explodes in my chin, jerking loose a sharp cry of pain, and stars fill the edges of my vision. A brief moment of regret hits me for leaving my taser with McCullough when a piece of cloth closes around my neck. Without warning, my attacker pulls tight. I'm left gasping, choking, and clawing for air, blindly reaching behind me as I still try to fight him off and loosen the pressure on my neck. Except any sort of movement only causes him to pull it taut.
My, so many rats scurrying about in this mansion lately.
Writes Butler. Shit.
Tell me, what did you do with the madam?
I have no idea what he's talking about. Did something happen to HahnAraa, right?
Let go, you asshole.
Now, Dummkopf, you're in no position to be rude. Last time I checked, I'm not the one breaking into other people's homes. Now answer my question. What did you do with the madam?
Pain rings and resonates through my already sore body. Still, I managed to write it out and spit a mutinous.
You. Keep that dirty mouth babbling and you're getting a knife in the kidney. I assure you, it will be more painful than this.
He really doesn't need to threaten me by now. It's all too much to bear at this point. My lungs feel like they're burning with the lack of air. Dark spots begin to fill the edges of my vision. Ever so slowly, the world around me dims. My consciousness rapidly slips away from me, and without meaning to—
Get away from him!
Isabella's here! Hearing that voice is as if I've been doused with a bucket full of ice-cold water. Familiar, too familiar. More importantly, it shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be hearing it here. She shouldn't be here. Immediately, my eyes snap open. Oh,
and she
has the taser now! Hold on!
The taser and the rolling pin.
Right here, right on the attic's doorway, stands Isabella of all people. A rolling pin in one hand and a standard-issue police taser on the other. My taser. She must have borrowed it from McCullough. Where else could she have gotten one? I doubt she has ever used one, even. Hell, the way she holds it right now, the guy can easily disarm her in one hit. But there's something in her eyes. Although there's a look of fear in them in her handshake, she keeps the weapon trained and pointed at Scumbag's lackey. Untrained or not, she does not plan to leave her without putting up a fight, it seems. Admirable, really, but it's just not something we need right now. I need her to be far away from here. I need her safe. But the chances of that happening grow slim with every laughter that slips from him.
Oh, this is just getting better and better. The Bratwurst won't be pleased with the number of bodies we have to dispose of today, you know. Tell me, how many of you are there? So I can prepare the proper number of bags.
Damn it. What the fuck is going on? Why is she here in the first place? Did she follow after me? Who else came with her? Rebecca? Panic surges within me. She knows how bad the situation is, but she did really have to run in here and expose herself like that? Does she even know how to use a taser? For fuck's sake, more than worrying for my life, it's her I'm concerned about. Being strangled, dying by choking isn't part of the plan, but her following me here isn't either. This is why I prefer to do things alone. This is why I'd rather be the only one taking the consequences. I don't even want to think about what this bastard might do to her after he's done with me. When my voice comes off nearly a croak, I try to tell her as much. She has to leave. Stay far away from here and these people.
Don't! Damn it, Isabella! Get out of here!
Another bout of pain erupts in my side, cutting off my wounds. A cry of agony bursts from my mouth. I can taste blood on my tongue as I heave, attempting to get in as much air despite the towel still coiled around my neck.
Ash?
You're going to lose air quickly that way, Dummkopf. Better keep it shut.
Get out. Out. Out! Val!
it! I'm not leaving you here!
He laughs, too cruel, too unforgiving. The way each note beats against my ears in spite of the warmth in them sends chills down my spine. This is a man whose hands have already been stained with blood before. He won't hesitate.
I'd follow his advice if I were you, little girl. What could you possibly do with a toy? Just hand it over and be on your way. It'll probably be too difficult for a little girl like you to use.
There's a moment of silence. Fuck, I could barely keep my eyes open. In the next second, though I still don't understand what's happening, Isabella shouts. Not a cry of pain. Not a yell of panic. But one that's resolute. Firm. Perhaps in a tone that leaks fiercer than any I've heard from her before.
Try me! Ashton, duck!
I do. More out of instinct and desire to survive, closing my eyes before my mind can fully process what's going on. It all happens in a blur. The telltale sounds of a taser being discharged resounds throughout the room. The air crackles. Something whistles by, almost too close to my ear, followed by the thud of something blunt connecting solidly with another object. Next thing I know, the towel strangling me has started to loosen. I collapse on the floor, dazed and gasping for air. From my peripheral, though the haze of blood rushing and sound slowly filtering back, the butler buckles. He spasms once. Then without much fuss, falls face first beside me, knocked unconscious by 50,000 volts of electricity in a fucking rolling pit. He'll be out for a while. I have no idea whether I should laugh or cry about that. Somewhere in front of me, my oxygen-deprived brain vaguely registers Isabella's form. She slumps on the ground, also breathing heavily. Right next to her trembling hands, both the taser and the rolling pin lie useless and forgotten while the mood in the room eases. A long, gradual process of the tension lifting. For countless seconds we remain quiet, with only our short gasps and sighs to fill the silence, allowing the adrenaline to ebb away, I'm assuming it means, and both our breathing to slow. Not a true repose by any means, but simply a brief respite. There's still the curse. We're still inside the mansion, in immediate danger. We still have no idea how to fix this. Outside, the rain seems to only intensify. Lightning flashes fleetingly somewhere, white and piercing, and the sky rumbles. No rest for the wicked. I stir first, once recovered, having regained some semblance of sense and strength. Breathing still hurts, but it's bearable. As is moving, although every small motion causes a wince. There will be bruising tomorrow, I can manage. Retrieving my gun from under its bed, it's easy, but only with some effort I am able to drag an unconscious man to the far end of the room, snapping one of the end of the handcuffs to his wrist while fastening the other on the bed frame. That should keep him restrained for a few hours in case he wakes up prematurely. All through this, Isabella stays quiet. In fact, she hasn't even moved since. Her hands still shake and taking in long draws of breath while she stares vacantly in front of her, almost as if she's in shock. Perhaps she isn't even expecting any results, spurred only by some kind of desperation. Now it's sinking in. Unfortunately, we need to get moving. We don't have time to wait for everything to register in our heads. Kneeling in front of her, I give her a light shake.
Belle, we need to go. We can't stay here.
Slowly she turns, staring at me with wide eyes. Worry flickers briefly in them along with something ineffable. Then without warning, she lifts a hand. Slaps me right across the face. Oof. The sound of it cracks the air, shattering the silence like a fragile glass breaking. Despite the familiar rumble of thunder outside, it manages to ring louder than the storm. I don't even know what hit me, till my head has already snapped back and my cheek stings with her anger. And it is anger. In spite of the stillness around the lack of words afterwards. Not fuming, though. Never fuming. But the kind that burns lightly and soundlessly. Frustration instead of a seething rage. One that ebbs just as quickly as it flows, and once the tide subsides, there's only that gleam in her eyes, warm, steadfast, and unflinching. Quietly, I brace myself for the truth underneath that gaze. It slips from her lips softly, never fading under the sound of the rain still falling fast, not for the weight in each of her words.
What is wrong with you?
Belle.
If your bartender friend hadn't slipped up, no one would have known where you went.
Belle, one person knowing is enough. Any more than that, and...
You almost died! He could have suffocated you right then and there, and you could have died. And by the time anyone ever finds out, you're already fertilizer!
She trails off, drags one indrawn breath after another. A brief lull as her frustration finally gives, dissolves into something more pensive and somber. Her shoulders droop, and though her voice rises hoarse and weary, in her next words there's only certainty.
You count too, you know? When I said that night, when I told you that I don't want to lose anyone anymore. That includes you. Alive. We're still here, Ash. You have us.
And once her meaningful roar, it does so not with a force of a dam breaking or a raging storm, with the gentle, steady warmth of a hearth burning, an ember easing slowly, lightly, rising and giving, until all that's left is a truth and understanding. Not alone, never alone. It lingers, even as we both drift back into silence and our words take root, because in the gratitude that swells after, it's another warmth blooming. Pleasant, welcoming, like finding home, like finding ourselves in the haze a squall has left, creating something fragile yet immutable in both of us. It's in her eyes, in the way she holds my gaze, unwavering, in a way she carries herself despite sitting amidst a place she fears, in a way that she keeps herself from trembling and falling apart, because fear is inconsequential when people she cares about are at risk. A change. She realizes that now, holds on to it. Another little thing, another small thing from her that may go unnoticed and pass by quietly, but eventually amounts to a lot of things. Tiny gestures that mean nothing at first, but began to matter to me one day until, oh, despite myself, a small smile slips from my lips as the same warmth from earlier unfurls in my chest. Unhurried, familiar, and bright from all these years I've carried it, but have never given the words for it.
Stop smiling like that, Ashton! I'm not done scolding you!
But this time they come easy.
I heard all of it. Don't worry.
Are you really okay? That guy hit you a little too hard on the head. Here, let me...
I reach up just as she extends a hand towards my face, catching her wrist in a light grip, drawing it closer and folding her hand in between mine. Although her expression does shift into mild confusion, she does not pull away like I'm expecting. She simply stares at me, searching. For her to allow a gesture from me that's perhaps too close, it tells a lot how far things have already shifted in the past few years. Cradled in mine, her hand still trembles. Most of the tremors has already subsided by now, though I doubt it'll fade away this soon. Even as I trace the lines of her palm in what I hope is a comforting gesture.
I'm sorry, Belle.
For what? Is this about what happened tonight? You can apologize later, when...
No, well, this too, but it's not just about this. It's for a lot of things. For calling you clumsy, and careless, and a scatterbrain.
Are you sure this isn't a concussion?
You would think that, wouldn't you?
Well, you don't usually apologize.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that too. For all the times I've teased you and made you cry.
Unexpectedly, her fingers tighten around mine, our hands falling between us as something tender shifts in air. Another exhale, another drawn breath eases out of me, filled with every hesitation and uncertainties. But when I finally choose to break silence, it's only when I know that what will slip past my mouth is that one truth I will hold against the world.
But for all those callous words...
He gonna do it. He gonna do it.
Despite all those, there's nothing that I don't love about you.
Oh, that's so cute. My heart.
In fact, those things, I love those. And everything. Everything that's you.
Oh.
About goddamn time.
For a long moment she offers no response. Her grip on my hand merely tightens. Though my heart's pounding hard against my ears, I take a chance and look up, slightly leading away and giving her a cautious glance, more than ready to hear her rejection. And it is one, despite the smile on her face, if it could be called one, of course. There's a pained aspect to it I can hardly name. Regardless of what it means for her or what she intends to convey with it, the sight of it alone makes me regret ever mentioning anything. It's almost as if she's forcing herself to push out the next words out of her mouth for the sake of not hurting me. Not that I won't be able to take it, but if these feelings will only put a heavier burden on her, I'd rather not have said anything at all. As expected, with one last squeeze at the hand cradling hers, she pulls her hand away from mine. When she speaks, though, there's a stark refusal to meet my eyes. Not that I hold it against her. The situation's already awkward as it is.
Ash...
She pauses, biting her lower lip. A small frown forms between her eyebrows while she struggles to find the right phrases to string together.
Ashton, I'm really sorry.
Oh, no, it's cool. I was already expecting that. Kind of. But you don't have to...
No, I mean, I can't. I can't afford to think of anything other than helping my family. Especially now that Papa's gone. They're going to need me more than ever, Ash. I'm sorry. I really can't. Not right now.
I've always known it would lead to this, to some extent. Her family will always come first. Who am I to take that from her? Hurts, of course, but the pain eases, knowing that in spite of circumstances, her heart will always be in the right place. As she's still the same woman I've fallen in love with.
It's all right, Belle. Don't apologize. If it still matters, that's actually what I love about you. Of course, not that I'm expecting anything by telling you that, but you get the point. Yeah.
Thanks, Ash. I mean, thank you for loving me. Even after everything.
Her response is a smile and a soft laughter, perhaps the sweetest I've seen and heard from her. Just from it, I know nothing will change despite her answer and any lingering feelings that will come from this. And there will be. Lingering feelings, that is. The way she barged into our lives 5 years ago, it'll probably be enough to leave a terrible impression on anyone, but that's also precisely it. It's people like her that you don't easily forget. It's them that gradually worms their way into a person's life until the very thought of losing them becomes unbearable. As it is, I'm already content simply staying by her, no grand expectation or hopes attaching. Just the banter, the small smiles, and the quiet little moments that roar. I love her, and that also isn't all there is to us.
I know I caused you all kinds of trouble these past few years.
Hey, whoever told you I'm doing this for free? After we're done with this curse thing, you're gonna owe me a year's supply of ice cream.
Yeah, we'll see.
Another laughter, this time from both of us. Then she hits my arm with a light punch. Familiar, warm, bright, and hopeful, much like everything about her. And it is strength enough to keep me going as I lead us both out. Well, I would imagine if we would have gotten her percentage bar all the way up, that might have gone differently. Because I did get an achievement for that. That said, not right now. So I'm assuming that there could have been another option. Which would have led to her accepting it. And the same with Rebecca, I think. Because Rebecca's was under her bar. But
yeah, for both of them, there's potential in order to get either of them.
Yes, but I think if we would have... If I would have not fucked up that last choice, goddammit. I think we would have had the last one. But that's okay. I mean, we were pretty close. It's pretty close. I'd have to follow a guide to, like, get it exactly, but... And it is strength enough to keep me going as I lead us both out. Power still hasn't come back when we make our way downstairs. Tricky, considering the stairs to the attic are a bit old. One misstep and anyone might end up slipping and falling. You're lucky if that's all that'll happen to you. The stairs this steep, a broken neck is a likely outcome. Thankfully, Isabella's here to guide me through the darkness. She knows this place better than anyone, after all, in spite of all the misfortunes it has brought to us.
Careful! The floorboards over there aren't very sturdy.
Right on cue, the same board I'm stepping on creaks and suddenly breaks, the pieces falling somewhere with a dull thud.
Oh, shit. Scumbag wouldn't be too happy about that. Ow, my foot.
See? I told you so. You never listen to me.
They renovated the whole mansion. They can't even replace one tiny part of the house.
Why don't you file a complaint to BRC then? I'm sure they'd be thrilled to hear it. You know it was such a rushed job.
Outside, the winds have intensified. Even from here, I can hear the gusts battering the window in the attic. Makes you wonder why up till now the only person we've encountered from this house is the butler. Well, to some degree this makes sense. He is in charge of running the place. And he did say the madam was missing. Where Luke is, I don't know.
Oh, he's somewhere.
Where are the other servants, though? In this storm, wouldn't anyone want to stay inside? A likely assumption if they're all asleep. The route I've taken doesn't really pass by the rooms they've likely assigned as the servants' quarters. However, they also have heightened security. I brushed it off earlier, thinking they'd be posted a lot closer to where the master's rooms are, but the second floor is devoid of anyone as well. As if every inhabitant in this place has suddenly disappeared overnight. More importantly, where's that scumbag? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. The fact that we're here right in the fucking middle of it makes me all the more queasy. And that feeling only escalates once we reach the landing and Isabella swings the door open. She pauses abruptly right in the doorway that I almost run into her. A look of confusion's in her as she looks wildly about the place, wordlessly taking in her surroundings. With each turn and shift of her eyes, her shoulders only grow tenser and a look of apprehension slowly dawns on her.
Isabella, what are you...
You aren't supposed to be here.
Sure enough, when I look up, we're standing right in the kitchen, pots, pans, and all. Rebecca's here! One corner Rebecca watches almost as surprised to see us. McCall is also with her. Of course, she didn't listen to me, even though I've already exceeded the 15 minutes we've agreed on. Although color and strength seems to have already returned to her, enough for her to be able to stand unassisted. The empty plate on the counter appears to have played a part on that. Good news, I guess. As for the other one, however, relieved as I am that she has had the sense to wait and not venture deeper into the mansion, I can't keep but... I'm assuming it means I can't help but roll my eyes at her, although she preempts me with a reprimand of her own.
Did you really think you could hide this from us?
I had to, Baka.
You know, if Isabella hadn't asked G and that old guy didn't slip, none of us would even have any idea.
So the first thing the two of you did is go straight here?
Of course not, but Isabella insisted.
And it didn't even occur to you to stop her?
I tried, all right? She was out the door before I could say anything.
And how did you guys even get in here?
Both of them exchange a look, one that I absolutely don't like. In the end, it's Isabella who speaks up, albeit with a bit of hesitation.
We heard someone scream, Ash. It led us here.
Without warning, the door behind us slams shut.
We need to get out of here.
Fun.
Screw right. I need to get these people out of here. Luckily, we're in the kitchen and we have two ways out, the back door and the cellar offers. Except the hatch won't budge. When I pull at it, neither does the back door, as if something has locked it firmly on the other side. God damn it. Oh my god. My trauma of opening doors, trying to open doors in Resident Evil, and it's saying it's locked firmly from the other side. And I'm like, god damn it, now I gotta go find another key.
But get back out of here.
Oh my god. Rico also gives it a few tries, but even with help from Isabella, it won't open. There's a long bout of silence in which we all simply look at each other, likely sharing the same thoughts. We're trapped. Something or someone has intentionally led us here. Fuck. In the same moment, once realization dawns and something shifts again. Oh, good. I'm just gonna save them.
Well, I'm curious, though, like, if neither door is going to open, if you want to get out of a room, why would you not smash the window that is next to it?
I don't know. I'm not Ashton Frey, okay? I don't know.
I would immediately, if, like, the door that we just came from, the cellar that we came from, if neither of them opened, there's a window, I would fucking break it.
And it looks like, yeah, and it looks like there's windows on the doors, and then there's the window outside.
So wouldn't you break one of them?
I don't know. Blood. In every nook and cranny, over every surface, and in each inch of the floor. This time, unlike the first one I've seen, it remains, and gradually the whole room begins to reek of that familiar metallic scent, sharp, suffocating. Oh! Around us, every object, including the cupboards, have started to rattle as well. The sounds echo from outside, forbidding a rumble of thunder, and even the howling winds have begun to fade away, replaced by whispers, shouts, and cries of pain. Though inaudible, each beat and note bombards every crest of my head with vague images and sounds. There's no time to make sense of everything, however. I'm already shouting, fueled purely by adrenaline, barking orders and making a break for the door that leads to the next room, the dining. It should take us straight to the foyer where the main door is.
Move! Run!
I heard that little whisper. You cannot hide me. You cannot hide from me. Right in front of us, the mansion has started to change and we're in the thick of it. However, instead of the dining room like it's supposed to open to, the bedroom welcomes us instead. What?
We're playing Portal.
Oh no. Oh no. An image that lasts only about a second before blood begins to seep into the room. Nice. Filtering into the walls, trickling from every nook and cranny, everywhere furniture shakes and every beam rattles. Before we can even step back from the horror gradually unfolding in front of us, the door slams shut. I mean, there's a balcony.
That's what I'm saying. There is other options to get out of these rooms, and they're not doing it.
A sense of dreaded
chill. A window, jump off the balcony. It's the second story. They're gonna live.
Yeah, it's not like it's like a 6th story or something.
No, like maybe a fracture.
Yeah, or, you know, a twisted ankle or something.
But you'll live.
A loud thud bringing a sense of dread and chill creeping up in each of us. Along with it is another realization. The whole place is reordering itself. And with the door closed tight behind us, showing no signs of budging, even through sheer force, there's no choice but to go forward and hope to all gods that it'll lead us to an exit. Oh no, it just gets worse. Oh, we were in this place before. With, was it with Makala? Yeah, because I think the painting there was...
Or no, I think it was the mirror she was looking
at.
The
mirror, yeah, the mirror right there. Until then, running's the only thing we can do, spurred by nothing but fear and a sense of desperation to live.
It's useless, Ashton and Frey.
With each room we pass, it'll only become apparent that the house has no intention of letting us leave. It's lured all of us here and we've fallen for it. Now it's playing a little game with us, a sordid form of amusement. For whom? Their laughters are not the only thing we can hear. With every hall we cross and door we slide open, the hope of finding an exit merely dwindles. The gun on my hip is useless.
Windows.
Two
big ass windows.
I am not controlling these characters. I'm just reading.
No, that's the thing I hate about like fucking horror movies and certain horror games is they have like no sense of other logic.
Yeah.
To take other options. They're just like, oh no, we gotta do something in order to move the plot along and suspense and all that stupid bullshit.
Yeah.
When every parody horror movie makes the better, smarter choices than the actual horror movies.
Usually, yeah. The gun at my hip is useless here. I am useless here. Some fucking genius I am. Some fucking person to trust I am. All of those, they mean nothing in the face of the unknown.
You finally figured it out. Huh, Ashton Frey. Just give it up. We will eventually die because of you.
And you are going to die alone.
Shut your fucking mouth.
You know it's true, though.
All of it. It's why all you can do is tell us to shut up. You don't want to hear a single
We've already
word
heard this.
because you're already aware of it. You can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
But no matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to save anyone.
The more gruesome the place turns, the bleaker our chances simply get. Oh my god. Wails and screams fill our ears as we pass by, words from a time of people long gone, laced with nothing but pure agony, calling out, reaching out to us. The voice is almost too real, as if we're not the only ones trapped here, that there are others begging for release from this wretched place. Or maybe it's all just a show? Taste of what we eventually will be? Souls forever held captive in a never-ending nightmare?
My bad. I've done it, Mother. Take me with you, please.
Mother!
Still hear her. She's here.
I'm assuming that's, you know, Madam, and she's talking about her mother?
Help me! Help me, please!
Is this what the curse is? What it means for all of us? The letter, not a morbid cry for help, but an invitation? A beckoning for unsuspecting souls to be dragged into the place's horrors? To be put under centuries and centuries of torment and agony? Suddenly dying a painful death seems preferable, enticing than ending up living here in a tortured existence. Perhaps it's all the same. Still, hope worms its way into me, not a usual thing for someone like me. But after going through countless doors and corridors, every little sign of hope I'm willing to cling to, as long as it'll get us out of here. We're back in the dining room again. How long have we been running? How long since we've been in the kitchen? Since we've left the kitchen. At some point I've lost track of time. The windows barred tight. Oh, they're barred. And the sounds lifted in the air.
Still break the glass!
But it depends on how close the bars are to each other. They may not be able to squeeze through the bars, like...
Well, even the fucking balcony from the fucking...
The balcony I don't understand. The windows make sense now that they've said barred.
Well, but even the kitchen window, okay, like these are a little bit closer. The kitchen window was 4 big-ass panels. You could fit a body through them.
Perhaps they were also barred, but you didn't see it in the details. I don't know, man.
It's little shit like that bugs the hell out of me.
I don't think I read this yet.
If anything, I would have yeeted myself off of that balcony the first opportunity I got and said, fuck y'all, I'm getting out of here.
Right? At some point I've lost track of time, with the windows barred tight and the sounds lifting in the air, nothing but shouts and shrieks. It's impossible to tell. Not that it matters when an end is in sight. Shelves and furnitures bar the door, each stained with blood and gore, that if the situation isn't as desperate as it is, I'll find a different way out. But there's still a gap at the topmost part of the for a person to go through, as long as you use the shelves to climb.
It's next, all right.
In a video game, you would not be able to cross through there. Like,
that is impassable. Those are bolted to the floor. You can't move them.
You can't tear them. You can't, like, you know, move the furniture down, climb over. Nope.
Well, no, they're not even doing that. They're just like, oh, we'll just send one person through at a time instead of you can clearly move all that furniture.
Yeah. From here I can spy the familiar walls of the floor.
Logic makes no fucking sense.
It doesn't. Only relief washes over me. Although my legs have been strained taut by all that running and every bone and muscle in my body ache, there's only an easing. A sense of tension relieving while energy black flows through me and again in the sight of an end. No sooner I'm leading us out of it. Isabella helps Makala first, assisting her up and through the gap before giving a hand to Rebecca. The moment the ladies are in, I nod for her to go through.
Go ahead. I'll watch your back.
Surprisingly, she does that without any protest. Not that there's any need to. Sometime after entering this room, the whole place has calmed down. No wails, no whispers, just a silence too deafening, but I'm not letting my guard down until everyone's on the other side of this nightmare, safe. For all I know, this may just be a calm before another storm. Without further incident, however, Isabella makes it to the other side and I'm following after her. However odd this hush is, I turn my back from it and climb up. It's a tight fit, but I manage to squeeze myself in. The unease remains, though. Maybe it's the adrenaline still coursing through me, or how easy everything has been after living through that nightmare, fleeting as it is. For some reason, something's still nagging at me. Call it a detective's instinct or my training or whatnot, I have a feeling something's going to happen and catch us unprepared. Unconsciously, before dropping down on the better side of this dream, my hand shift to the gun at my hip. Instinct has never failed me before. Let's save again. My feet haven't even landed firmly on the floor.
Had I known there would be a party in my own
there he
tonight,
is.
I would have opened a bloody bottle or two. People these days, in my own home. Can you believe it? I feel so left out.
A chill seeps into every vein in my body. All of a sudden, every ache, every pain returns to me tenfold, and my knees threaten to buckle at the sound of his voice. Though it appears friendly, I know it is anything but. One does not spend investigating a man like him for over a year and holding a grudge against him for more without knowing everything about him. His quirks, his habits, I'm familiar with all of them. Right now, Luke fucking Wright is beyond pissed. Shifting my gaze upwards is nearly too painful, knowing the danger. Not to me, but to those who have been lured here by the curse. Oh! He has a fucking gun! The handgun catches my eyes first, next to that smarmy smile on his face while he holds Makala, Rebecca, and Isabella at gunpoint. In sight, it's sight enough to lodge a painful thorn up in my throat. Sorry, I got caught in the moment. I didn't expect him to have a fucking gun. I've been too complacent.
What, do you think he was gonna bring a knife to a gunfight?
Well, I don't know. Honestly, sometimes a knife is better for a gunfight, but depends. Do you focus on other things that I've completely set aside the fact that Scumbag will not be too pleased to see us here without knowing our reasons. But even with those good intentions, curses, and ghostly apparitions aside, we're still trespassing in his home. The question is if he's even aware that this whole of this household has somewhat disappeared and he might be the only one here. Likely not. Yeah, because Hans said, where's the madam? So, assuming she's disappeared somewhere. Likely not. Fuck. Even with people he knows among the crowd, there's a significant effort in him not to simply shoot everyone in sight.
And really, Daisy? Even you? What would Kylie say?
Luke, this isn't what you're thinking. You have to listen to us. There's something going on here.
Well, obviously. Why else would people be trespassing in my home? What about little Lily over there, then? What's your excuse? Checking back if your clients are doing okay? Is that it? Is this what this is?
Oh, we're doing good, by the way.
Sir, please.
Oh, please what?
We need to get out of this place. You need to leave.
Tut, not a good enough excuse, darling. You people are the ones who need to get out of my sight. Don't worry. I might consider pressing lighter charges for the woman.
Can't say the same for Feathers here, though.
But really now?
I swear! People need to stop breaking into my house!
This is how you want to start the week. Why don't we just go with a bloody massacre if we want to surprise people in their homes, huh?
Casually, he waves the handgun at them as if it's just a mere toy and his words are no threat. Safety's off on his, nothing stopping him from pushing through as his words. Calling me paranoid, but at the slight gesture, I draw my own and level it at him, finger on the trigger and ready to release the safety catch in case things go south. Ooh? Ooh? He is quick to train his own on me, though, and just like that, we're at a standstill.
Now, Feathers. Manners. You're in no position to be pointing that gun at people.
Why don't you put yours down first, and then we'll talk about manners.
Oh, he talks back. The gall! You know, your kind pisses me off so much.
Shooting him right
Here
now
we
would be
go
so
again.
worth it. The way he stares at me like I'm a damn pest, but this isn't what I've come here for. I'm not a murderer. As much as I loathe him, I'm not the kind who will kill people in cold blood for my own gain or amusement. The law will bring him what he deserves one of these days. The moment, however, we're all in the same boat with this curse, and he needs to understand that. The longer we stay here, the more time we're wasting and losing, something we don't have much of. But how can I convince him? The scum is so full of himself, prefers to hear the sound of his own voice more than those of the people around him, no matter how much sense they make. Probably the only way I can make him listen is if I beg. No way in hell that's happening. Oh my god! Well obviously, I know what you're gonna say.
Any fucking opportunity.
Sorry about this. I really don't have time for you.
I don't think twice. Within the span of a heartbeat, I'm moving and pulling on the trigger. Oh.
Yes!
Oh, he shot him! Damn! 2 shots in quick succession and echo across the whole foyer, and both hit their mark true. Wright recoils with a sharp cry of pain. His pistol falls useless to the floor with a loud clank, followed by drops of blood from his bleeding wrist.
Why, you insolent!
He's down in 2 successful steps while I tackle him on the floor, pinning him hard with my arm. Oh! Although before I can knock him out with a solid right hook, an agonized wail bursts through the tense air, loud enough to echo along the dark, empty halls of the mansion. Piercing enough for every occupant in the foyer to cover their ears and close their eyes. And all at once there are images. Some are merely vague. We saw this image before. Some are merely vague, blurry shapes while the others display vividly. Oh! So that would have been the moment, I think, where we would have seen other ones had other characters died.
So we have to kill every- God damn it.
Let's kill everyone! No. However, there's no time to make sense of all of it. Amidst the discord and the noise, something whizzes past by. Too close, too swift. I guess that's kind of the cool thing, though, is like, even if you fuck up and people die, you still get extra content. Like, you know? Like, you still get something out of that, even if you, like, are upset. So, it's, like, not a loss. It is a loss, but it's not a loss, you know?
So then at that point, like, would it be better to do an all-kill run?
Yeah, I would like to do all kill and then all survive just to see what the 2 are, but I'm not going through this game all the way again.
No, I will say, to save you time on that, all survive, you don't learn shit.
Yeah. But it's nice to see if they all survive, though, you know?
Yeah, obviously you get, like, the happy, warm feeling, but, like, with everything else happening, you don't learn jack crap of why this is even going on.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get something here. A brief, clean blur that barely registers in my eyes, like an arrow quickly finding its mark and heading straight for...
Isabella!
Time slows to a stop. In one moment of clarity, my body moves on its own, heart pounding hard against my ears, blood rushing through every vein. Spurred only by adrenaline and a desperate bid to reach her crouched, unsuspecting form, and I don't even get to yell for her a second time. I don't even get to call her name.
Ashton!
What the fuck? An acute pain bursts through my chest in the next instant. All of a sudden, everything around me feels too sharp, every edge, every point. Even the act of drawing a deep breath alone stings and burns my lungs, with an intense ache slowly spreads throughout my whole body. Numb, I feel numb. A hand comes away bleeding, shaking while I can only let out a wet, ragged laugh. What the fuck did I do? Soon, without warning, I'm going down on my knees and the whole world is pitching sideways. An arm, warm and welcoming, is on me the second I stumble back, catching my fall. What the fuck did I do to make him die? Oh my god! Isabella has always been warm, after all.
Ash?
Her hands are shaking, her lips are quivering while she looks at me with wide, fearful eyes. Tears have started to form at their corners, threatening to spill at any moment, and a pang of regret hits me at the sight of it. Was it the Luke choice?
It might have been.
Ashton?
Damn! Even for the last time, I can't even give her a reason to smile. Maybe we should have swallowed our pride there. But I mean, it wasn't the gun part that caused this, though.
Hey, you're crying again.
What did I do?
Don't give me that look. I told you, it doesn't suit you.
God damn it, I fucking hate. Cautiously, despite the stabbing aches shooting up at every moment, I reach a trembling hand to wipe them away. Crying has never looked good on her after all. My arm never makes it far, however. Midway, she meets my hand, catching it in a light grip, as if she's all too afraid I might break. Tough, though I already am. Just slowly. The pain is easing, everything's going cold.
Shut up, Ash! Don't move, alright? Stop talking! We'll get you a doctor! Someone! Just stay put! Just stay put, okay? You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
I'd like to agree with that on her. Reassure her, but I've gone through a lot, survived a lot of shit. Doesn't take a genius to figure out that I'm done for. Whatever hit me, a hole in my chest is fatal enough. Don't think I'm going to bounce back from this. I'm dying.
Sorry.
What the fuck hit him? I shouldn't be afraid in this moment, yet I'm not. No fear, no dread, just an acceptance. A deep regret as she appears before us, her voice echoing throughout the foyer. Oh! There's Madame Hana! At the top of the staircase, HahnAraa stands. To make matters worse, that thing's behind her, menacing. A rotting hand wrapped firmly around her neck. She looks like death. Pale and shaky, eyes red with tears. We nearly don't hear her as she pleads.
Help me. Please.
I told you, didn't I? Everything you're doing is useless, Ashton Frey. And now, you're dying. Meddlesome fool.
Outside, another shriek of lightning flashes and a clap of thunder ripples across the sky. Here, there's only a whispered sigh, a fading breath, and a lone heart that beats hard one last time. She got one thing wrong, though. I hate it. I did not die alone. Now it's gonna switch to... Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, I got another one because
he died.
Ash died. Okay.
More story.
It looks like a witchcraft thing.
And she's drenched in blood.
Like they're gonna burn her at the stake, kind of. Huh. God fucking damn it.
Well, you wanna call it?
Yes, I'm calling it. What happened, though?
Is that a fucking sword?
I don't know. It looks like a hook. Like a thing you would use, what are those called? The things that you use on, like, the fires to, like...
Fire
poker? Yeah. It's what it kind of looks like, but why? Who threw that, though?
My guess would be a psycho bitch that's been chasing us this whole entire game.
I guess. Damn. He has a lot of names, doesn't he?
Lucille.
His name is Lucille.
Lucille!
Lucille Michelle.
Mitchell.
I know, but it sounds funnier if you say Michelle.
He's a high school dropout? Aw, dude.
No wonder.
Prostitute's son.
A prostitute's son. Interesting.
Spent his childhood roaming the streets, begging or pickpocketing in order to avoid home. Home meant a too-drunk mother and her equally drunk clients, some of whom would take to beating the child out of anger if he so much as looked at them wrong. That meant he was always in trouble in one form or another. Nothing was done to correct it until, in a sober moment, his mother found out about the abuse and promised to take better care of her son. Luke was happy for a while, but his mother's bad habits led to an early grave and left him orphaned until his biological father, a businessman with no legitimate heir, sought him out. He was trained to inherit right enterprise, but along the way got mixed up with illegal activities that put the company in a bad spot after his assistant ran off with a large sum of dirty money. Bankruptcy would have been inevitable if he hadn't married HahnAraa.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, we're calling that. That's like 4.5 hours, and I have work in the morning, so.
Same, but also, title hasn't been wrong now today.
What is it?
The title hasn't been wrong now. Drama train just kept rolling.
I know! Why? Why?
Oh my god.
I hate it. What the fuck, man? I'm gonna have to look up, like, what choices actually, like, matter when it comes to their deaths after this is over, because...
Oh, definitely. 'Cause
I'm 100% gonna guess it was probably that last choice right there that mattered, but I don't know why it mattered. But apparently it did. I'm looking for somebody to raid.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is just because how close to the Ermengardes Luke and HahnAraa look like. So I don't know if that's got something to do with it. But I guess we'll find out in Luke's asshats theme.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see.
Today he's the last one. We're almost done with this bullshit.
Right? Alright. I'm gonna type out the raid message. I really need to start doing that first before I,
Before you do anything?
Before I actually do the actual raid, yeah. So that way people can copy it faster. Because I forget sometimes. I'm like, oh yeah, I need to post a raid message, don't I? We are gonna raid... We're gonna raid VTuber Priscilla, who is a good friend of mine and is playing Celeste right now. So if we're gonna talk about trauma, let me tell you the trauma I experienced in Celeste, man. Oh my god. I almost rage quit I don't know how many times on that freaking game. Whew. I still hear my screams and cries sometimes in the middle of the night.
You haunt yourself.
I do. Yes, that game haunts me, man.
I was like, how the fuck does that work?
It's like, the game is so hard, but you have nobody to blame but yourself for not doing it properly, I guess? You know? So, yes, I haunt myself, yes. Because I fucked up over, you know, how many times? Thousands of times. And I kept dying, and then I kept getting mad that I kept fucking up, so, you know, the shit that happens.
And you know what you should play? Getting over it.
No, I would kill myself. I would rather die. I would rather die.
Yeah, it'll help you get over it.
No, it won't. I would rather die.
You don't know until you try.
Alright, we're raiding in like 5 seconds, so see y'all later. Bye.
Bye.